because I send out my book.
Excellencies, please take a seat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to this first joint IMO-ILO conference on work at sea, and welcome at the IMO. This morning, it's a great honor for this organization to welcome especially Mr. Gilbert Onbo, Director General of International Labour Organization, for this first event, jointly organized by our two organizations. It's also a great honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Binali Yildirim, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey and Chairman of the Council of Elders of the Organization of Turkish States. We have a full day ahead with insightful discussion on topics related to seafarers' rights, international regulation, and the future prospect for work at sea. To begin proceeding, it gives me great pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Mr. Kita Klim, for his opening remark. Secretary General.
His Excellency Mr. Binali Yildirim, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Gilbert Humbo, Director General of the International Labour Organization, ILO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the IMO. Before we commence this conference, I would like to ask you to join me in a United Nations initiative to observe 1 minute of silence to mourn all the UN colleagues that have lost their lives in Gaza recently. Okay, would you please stand for 1 minute silence? Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome all of you to this pioneering conference on work at the sea, jointly organized by the International Maritime Organization and the International Labour Organization. As I'm sure you are all aware, the maritime industry is fundamental for global trade, global economy, being responsible for the transportation of the vast majority of goods and resources worldwide. However, maritime transport must also continue to contribute to the sustainable development in a way that meets modern society's expectations in every respect, including social responsibility. The professionals who work at the sea, the seafarers, fishers, and other maritime personnel are the lifeblood of shipping, and their well-being is paramount. I have often referred to seafarers as the unsung heroes of the global economy. They are the ones who ensure that the goods and the food are shipped and delivered safely and effectively around the globe. They are on the front line, a responsibility that has been particularly highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Without seafarers, then shipping simply stops. And without shipping, there is no supply chain. Some says, without seafarers, no shopping. My thoughts also go out to all seafarers who lost their lives. Although much has changed over the years, seafarers' work is often physically and mentally demanding. So shore leave, access to medical care and well-being, support are essential. If we do not ensure seafarers' rights and well-being, we will not be able to retain the existing seafarers in the profession and will certainly not be in the position to attract any new ones which would be huge and long-lasting consequences. The work of IMO revolves around human life to a significant degree, and we have undertaken countless initiatives to enhance the well-being, safety, and working conditions of maritime personnel, often in cooperation with our UN sister organization, ILO. Good evidence of these efforts are international treaties such as the International Convention for the Life of Sea at Sea, SOLAS, and the International Convention on Standard of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers, STCW, on top of ILO relevant conventions, which include, among many others, provision to prevent bullying and harassment, as well as guidelines on fatigue, minimum safe manning, and the fair treatment of seafarers. To ensure the human element is fully integrated in our work, and given the importance it deserves, the IMO Assembly has updated IMO's strategic plan so that it now includes the human element as a key strategic direction, providing a framework for enhanced engagement of these important resources. IMO's dedication to the maritime workforce is also reflected in the establishment of the Day of the Seafarer, which is commemorated on 25th June each year to pay tribute to seafarers' contribution to global trade, the world economy, and the civil society as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, the shipping industry is currently undergoing a profound transformation as it grapples with the imperative of combating climate change while embracing the latest technologies in the strive toward digitalization and automation. Seafarers and maritime personnel will play a pivotal role in ensuring that this transformation will be successful. The discussion has therefore rightly moved to include a strong focus on future maritime workers who will remain at the sharp end of shipping. Seafarers' voices and action are key to ensuring a just transition to a zero carbon and digital future, so we must ensure the maritime personnel, and in particular our seafarers, are kept front and the center of this transition. Education and training will play a fundamental role in a just transition for hundreds of thousands of professionals that will experience significant changes in their daily routines on board the ships. And IMO is taking proactive action to properly equip this labor force for the challenges to come. This transition can also enable the sector to reconnect with younger generations and attract more women enjoying the sector in all regions of the world, many of whose careers will feature the renewable energy generation and energy efficiency technology that will be vital for shipping's future. We must rise to challenges and create a workforce that will operate the green ships of the future safely and securely. Together, let us construct a maritime sector that is stronger, safer, and more resilient, capable of thriving in the face of change. Today's conference fills me with excitement as it presents a unique opportunity for our two UN specialized agencies, IMO and ILO, to demonstrate our shared commitment to safeguarding the rights and well-being of those who devote their lives to the sea, improving their working conditions, and promoting responsible management. I wish to thank all the participants in person or virtual, and the panelists in advance for your dedication and conviction to sharing strategies and actions to ensure that the competent and efficient workforce at the sea is ready to face fundamental changes to come. Above all, let me allow to extend my deep thanks to Mr. Gilbert Hungbo, Director General, the new Director General of ILO, and Mr. Guy Fratchen, Secretary General of ICS, and Mr. Stephen Cotton, Secretary General of ITF, for making time for today. And this is actually first very top-level joint conference between IMO and ILO. There has been all the time collaboration, cooperation between two organizations on the working level. But based on consensus, based on agreement between the head of the organizations, this is the very first inaugural conference. Thus, we need this, with this kind of opportunity, give a certain proper and clear message to the maritime community, and particular seafarers, in order to encourage, in order to protect seafarers' welfare and the better working conditions. And also, I'd like to thank to Mr. Binali Yildirim, mentioned the former Prime Minister of Turkey. Himself used to be a seafarer, and also studied World Maritime University, and also reached the highest political position worldwide as an ex-seafarer. So I'm expecting a nice, excellent message from him. With that in mind, I'm very confident that together we can chart a course for a more prosperous, secure, and just maritime future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. I wish to now invite the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Gilbert Hungbo, to address you. Please.
Good morning to you all. His Excellency Prime Minister Binali Yildirim, former Prime Minister of Turkey, dear Secretary General Kitak Lim of IMO, my dear Secretary General of the ICS, Mr. Patton, and Mr. Cotton, the Secretary General of the ITF, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first thank IMO Secretary General Kitak Lim and all his team for the organization of this important conference in cooperation with ILO, but hosting us in your beautiful headquarters. IMO and ILO, we did agree to convene on this unique event, moved by the conviction that more needs to be done to effectively protect seafarers and the fishers, in particular in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. All of you may recall in 2006 when ILO adopted the Maritime Labour Convention. And today, these seafarers, somehow one will call the seafarers Bill of Rights, has become the fourth pillar of the international maritime regime. And impressive efforts have been made worldwide to ensure that this convention has a concrete impact on seafarers' lives. ITF and ICS have played, and they continue to play a very crucial role in this success. In 2007, the ILO adopted another very important instrument to protect living and working conditions for fishers, which is the Work in Fishing Convention. And this instrument has now reached 21 ratification. Dear delegates, in spite of the tremendous progress made, numerous challenges remain. Fishers continue to face many decent work deficits, including, for some, denial of their fundamental principle and right at work. And IMO and ILO, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, we have expanded our cooperation in this sector. But I must say that progress is not is still slow to my taste. We therefore need to accelerate actions toward the ratification and the implementation of the key IMO, ILO fishing conventions. Many seafarers, for their part, continue to be confronted with unpaid wages, long period of service on board, the fatigue, the limited access to social connectivity for them to keep in touch with their family and their loved ones, the abandonment, the criminalization, the bullying and the harassment, denial of shore leaves, lack of access to welfare facilities, and fraudulent practices by recruiting agencies. In this context, if we want to retain and attract seafarers, including young persons and women, let's face it, we really need to think and deliver a new social contract. We need a new compact that puts seafarers at the heart of the shipping industry. Otherwise, let's face it, we will not be able to ensure a renewal of this critical workforce. So allow me to, when we talk about a new social contract, it's not a new structure or a new bureaucratic thing. It is a matter of together looking at how we want to make sure that all of us, from the ship owners to the shipfarers, we can have a win-win industry. So if I can share some key element of what we believe in ILO, of this kind of developing new understanding of a new social contract. First, it has to be based on dialogue, on social dialogue between the parties, relying on representative of the ship owners and the seafarer organizations that are the best placed to know what are the most urgent issues and the best solutions to address them. The second key element is a renewed commitment by all parties to effectively respect seafarers' rights. We need to secure universal ratification and full enforcement of the MLC, including through intensifying our joint work with the IMO. At the same time, we should not forget that the MLC embodies minimum standards, and that effort should be made to progressively enhance the protection it provides. My third key element is that we must ensure that the changes needed to cut the greenhouse gases and protect the marine environment are achieved through a smooth and just transition. This also means that we got to address the impact on seafarers by providing the necessary training to safely use new equipment and fuels. Finally, a new social contract must ensure a human-centered approach to the use of new technologies and guarantee that artificial intelligence, automation, and digitalization, which are necessary, but we need to ensure that their use results in improvement of seafarers' working conditions as well. Dear colleagues, I'm confident that working together, we can rise to the challenge and ensure that seafarers and fishers receive the protection that they deserve. So I'm very, very glad. Once again, I want to thank you, Kitak, for really getting us together here, and I'm really looking forward to the panel, the discussion we're going to have today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General. Now, I have the great honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Binali Yildirim, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Turkey and Chairman of the Council of Elders of the Organization of Turkish States, to the podium and to address you.
Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Kitak Lim, Director General of IMO, Secretary General of ICS and ITF, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Well, it has been some time since I visited this building, IMO. I would like to thank Secretary General Kitak Lim for inviting me to this important event jointly organized by IMO and ILO. Well, I am very happy to see all parties together, which is not common. We have ITF here, we have ILO, IMO, and also ICS. For successful sea transportation and maintaining sustainable development of world trade, all these parties should work together. If we don't have seafarer, it's not possible to maintain sea transportation. Same, if we don't have vessel, we are not able to maintain sea transportation, as well as if we don't have ship owner, also not possible to maintain transportation as well. We all know working at sea, one of the most difficult, at the same time, most demanding profession. In addition to isolation, unpredictable weather conditions, physical demand, and safety concern, seafarers also face many hardships, such as regional conflict and global crisis, while keeping our global economies afloat. Ladies and gentlemen, Today, our highly interconnected and interdependent world relies on around 2 million seafarers who carry around 85% of global trade by volume. The COVID pandemic has shown that the essential role they play in our life. Imagine if we don't have seafarers and sea transport, half of world population would die from hunger, the other half from cold. So how it is essential, how it is necessary to keep up world maritime transport to go. Due to climate change, digitalization, and automation, the shipping industry has been undergoing a rapid transition process to ensure a more efficient, resilient, and sustainable sectors. All these advancements in the industry come with both opportunities and adverse effects for the maritime workforce. For example, while the internet access on board ships contributes to seafarers' well-being, communication with the families, the need to keep up with the introduction of new technologies may impose pressure on seafarers, leading to techno-stress. Therefore, it is not possible to set sail to a just and sustainable future without taking into account the human element. We keep in mind that over 85% sea accidents involve in human factor. So the psychologically and the working condition wise, seafarers must be more comfortable than ever. The transition process brings substantial changes to nature of seafarer work and necessitates new skill sets. It is predicted that 800,000 seafarers will require additional training by the mid of 2030s for zero carbon goal set by 2050. Therefore, it is necessary to upskill and reskill seafarers through necessary training, education to prepare them for the changing working environment, as well as to define future skill requirements. As the global fleet increases, in line with the constant rise in global trade, the promotion of recruitment and retention of seafarers becomes more and more important and critical. We should make this profession more attractive to both women and men. We have to give them sufficient reasons to remain assured by providing decent working and living conditions, ensuring a safe and secure workplace, protecting their mental health and well-being, and eliminating any form of discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, working on a fishing boat is another dangerous job at sea. Fishing sector coping with various challenges like climate change, overfishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, forced labor, and marine pollution. Besides, protection of rights, safety, and well-being of the fishers on board vessels is another pressure. To protect the right of seafarers and fishers on board vessels, an effective global regulatory framework that is simple, clear, and comprehensive is needed. In this regard, IMO, ILO Convention, including STCW, STCWF, MLC, and Work in Fishing Convention number 188 should be updated regularly to address new challenges on working conditions of seafarers and fishing vessel personnel. It is also necessary to promote this instrument, including the 2012 Cape Town Agreement, to ensure their broader ratification by member states. As we all know, the global regulatory framework is not sufficient to ensure the right of seafarers and fishers unless they are effectively implemented and enforced by member states and the industry. In order to keep up with the future development in shipping and fishing industry, there is a need for solid cooperation among all stakeholders, including international organizations under UN system, IMO, ILO, and others, NGOs like ITF, ICS, governments, member states, educational institutions to improve the existing legal framework to address the gaps in global regulation and take proactive measures. The Maritime Just Transition Task Force is one of the good examples of concrete cooperation mechanism. Let's remember during COVID-19 pandemic, the seafarers at sea, they were not able to leave the vessel, and also seafarers intent to join on-board vessel were not possible because of pandemic restrictions at port. So they had to stay on board more than 11 months, which is maximum limit set by ILO. Some over 2 years, they had to stay on board. So can you imagine what the effect will make on these people? Recent surveys show that 200 seafarers pass away 1 year. So 20-something out of these seafarers, because of mental problem, loneliness on board vessel, they suicide. So this happened during the COVID time. So we have to look for not only seafarers working hard, but also social need of them has to be met by ship masters and by management companies, as well as the ship owners. Of course, ITF is follow up the rights and needs of seafarers worldwide. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me allow to say a few words about Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Beginning of this meeting, we kept silent 1 minute. Those who lost life, not only UN workers, but also children, women, innocent people, and also journalists were killed by the bombardment during this war. We witnessed this fact in the Ukraine war as well. Unfortunately, nowadays, conflict has risen in Middle East. We are shocked by the scale of escalation and violence in Palestine and Israel. The death toll in Gaza has reached more than 11,000, with a majority being women and children. Mankind has not seen such level of death in armed conflict in recent history. The innocent civilian population of Gaza continues to bear the brunt of Israel's indiscriminate attack every day. This must stop immediately. I know United Nations working hard to reach ceasefire, to start humanitarian aid those who need it. Turkey has been advocating for decades that lasting peace in Middle East is not our effort is going to continue. Anyway, any war is worse, and bad agreement, peace better than war. So we need peace and prosperity globally, so regional or global wars and conflicts doesn't bring peace and prosperity for the people, for the future. So we hope this nonsense clash and nonsense war has to be stopped both in Ukraine, both in Russia, elsewhere in the globe. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that sustainable, green, just, and equitable future we desire to create for the next generation to come. Shipping, maritime transport, and fisheries will always have a vital role to play. Therefore, we need to pay more attention to address right and long-term well-being of these unsung heroes of the sea. Thank you for your attention and your patience.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I would like to invite Mr. Guy Platen, Secretary General of the International Chamber of Shipping, ICS. Please.
Secretary General, Director General, His Excellency Binali Yildirim, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting me to speak today at this very timely conference that I think, as the Secretary General said, the first high-level conference between IMO and ILO on a topic which I personally am very passionate about, and that is seafarers, being an ex-seafarer and having a daughter who's a seafarer. It is great to be speaking alongside colleagues and friends at the ITF, ILO and IMO, with whom I have had the pleasure of working with closely over many years and who I know share this passion. Environmental, social and governance factors, or ESG, are becoming something of a buzzword across many industries at the moment. Like many sectors, the shipping industry is working hard to address the environmental factor, but we must not forget the equally important social factor. This is because addressing the social factors means we are looking at the measures which contribute to enhancing fair and equal opportunities, employee welfare, training and safe working environments. In short, the S is all about the shipping industry's most important asset, seafarers. They are the beating heart of our industry, and they make sure over $14 trillion of goods are traded over the year across the globe. All of us here know today that shipping is a growing and evolving industry that can offer excellent opportunities, from career progression to personal growth. But our workforce is not without its challenges. It is estimated that shipping needs an additional 90,000 seafarers by 2026 to operate the world's merchant fleet, or we jeopardise the movement of global trade. So we need to address the recruitment and the retention as a matter of priority. The Just Transition Maritime Task Force, which was launched in Glasgow during COP26, is a practical step in the right direction as we look to a future of new fuels, new challenges, new technologies, as well as new opportunities. This partnership between the ICS, ITF, IMO and ILO, along with the UN Global Compact, is a practical step to ensure our people are not forgotten as we rush towards the new fuels and ships of the future. I'm also particularly proud of our role in advancing the case for the review of the STCW Convention. We look forward to working with Member States to ensure the revision delivers for our people. However, over the past 3 decades in particular, there has been a perception that seafarers are nothing more than a commodity. This attitude cannot continue. Not when we need to attract people to our industry. Instead, we need to focus on the human element of our workforce, to define a new social contract for seafarers and make this industry something people want to be proud of. Shipping is not only the industry facing a workforce shortage. We are competing against multiple sectors, all trying to recruit the best and brightest candidates. Therefore, redefining the social contract is not optional, but it is a business imperative. It is necessary to make us stand out amongst the crowd. This message came through loud and clear during the Seafarer 2050 conference, which was held in Manila alongside the ITF and IMEC, at which we were proud that the President of the Philippines addressed us. This summit was dedicated to looking at what the seafarer of the future will look like, where they come from and what training they will need. We also took the opportunity at this summit to launch a new film entitled The Adventurous Spirit, which features first-person perspectives of seafarers across the world. This resource is available to all of you to use and is available in many different languages. The positive message from the summit was that there was a significant opportunity for us all by working together, taking a human-centred approach to the development of our human infrastructure. This means employers, unions and governments all need to cooperate to create a career path that works for all our people, as well as employers and governments. Doing this makes business sense. Putting people first and creating an environment in which they want to work will in turn attract the attention of more people to consider a career in shipping, as well as to high levels of employee retention. To make sure we have a robust, sustainable workforce, the welfare of our people must be a priority. We should all be incredibly proud of the Maritime Labour Convention. It is a unique global standard for the fair treatment of our seafarers. It is a tripartite convention in turn including employers, member states and, of course, social partners. Unfortunately, the convention has not always been adhered to, with damaging results. I think, as was alluded to by previous speakers, a recent example is during the pandemic, when some governments failed to comply with the provisions of the MLC, leading to denial of medical treatment, unnecessary deaths and negative impacts on seafarers' physical and mental health. I believe that to some extent this treatment of seafarers is linked back to seafarers being looked as commodities rather than people in their own rights. As we move forward, it is vital for all of us to uphold the provisions of the Convention in a move to prove that we do care about our people. It's not good enough to say that we care, we have to show that we care. Actions speak louder than words. This includes addressing the devastating cases of abandonment. In recent years, there's been a concerning rise in cases, a trend that needs to be reversed. Although still rare, just one case of abandonment is one too many, particularly when there are guidelines that can be used by port states in particular to prevent cases to minimise the impact of the people caught up by them. The time of viewing seafarers as commodity is over. We must change this perspective through collaboration, governments, employers, unions, all working together with seafarers, redefining the social contract and safeguarding their welfare. And this will be key to developing a sustainable industry that people are proud to work for. That's how we take care of the S in ESG. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you an enjoyable rest of the day, and I'm looking forward very much to the in-depth discussions we are about to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. So I would like to invite Mr. Stéphane Cotton, General Secretary of the International Transport Workers Federation.
Former Prime Minister Yildirim, Secretary General Keynote, Director General Gilbert, my friend Guy. Good morning. Good morning. And to all of our audience online, good morning to you, wherever you are, or good afternoon. So, here we are. Packed chamber, big audience, historical opportunity, I think. I think all of us in this room understand our responsibility. We've learned through the pandemic, whether you're a seafarer, a fisher, our responsibility is to change the shape of our industries. Our responsibility is to create an environment where people aspire to work internationally in shipping, in fishing. And probably, having come through the pandemic, and a massive thanks to all of our colleagues in the IMO and the ILO, who some people may not be convinced work very closely with the ITF and the ICS, behind the scenes to make a difference, not just for the seafarers that work for the shipping companies, but with the shipping companies that move the world. So for us in the ITF, this is very timely. This is not just an economic challenge or a political challenge, it's a moral responsibility. It's our collective responsibility to show what we can do, whether we're part of the United Nations, whether we're an NGO, whatever part we play, and that's all of you in this room and all of you online, the work that we're going to do today is going to set our work programme. It's going to give us an opportunity to make a difference. I have to recognise the leadership of the IMO and the ILO, who were with us all the way through that difficult time. But for the first time ever, I just want you to digest that, first time ever, have set up a conference bringing the seafarers together with the regulators. And looking at how we work, both in this amazing organisation, if we didn't have the IMO, we would have to create it. But we also have to recognise the work in the ILO, which upholds, not always easily, the tripartite culture and the recognition that working men and women globally have a voice. So, big challenge today. How to be meaningful, how to be constructive, how to recognise what doesn't work, but also to build solutions. Guy covered most of my partnerships, so I'm going to touch on them gently. We learned through the pandemic, and many of us were online at different times. It's fantastic to see some of you physically. I think that is important for human beings, and particularly seafarers, to have interaction. But we built some of those discussions we had online a new sense of partnership. We don't agree on everything. That's our roles. We have to represent our organisation, our members. But the ITF, the ICS, the IMEC, IMO, ILO, and a big thank you to our colleagues in the Global Compact, were brave enough when we were struggling to get heard to formulate hearings with ministries of government. We learned that, unfortunately, transport ministries don't always have the power in government to deal with the seafarers' issues. And from that, we've built an opportunity as an industry, as a leading industry, the ITF is in all the modes of transport, where we can actually look, the numbers that are referred to are numbers that are as a direct result of the study from Just Transition. 800,000 seafarers will need to be upskilled or retrained, hopefully at the employer's cost, but with the reality that we know what we have to do. We know we have a collective responsibility. And sometimes when we sit in our own chambers, we should remember we're a client-based organisation. So seafarers work with the employers, the ship owners, but the ship owners work with the multinationals. And the ITF has been very active, challenging them on the very principles of human rights in due diligence. And I think we need the industry to understand it's not just shipping, it's a global supply chain now, and we need to take those issues. So, what's our responsibility? So we have Just Transition, and we welcome the IMO's revision greenhouse gas reduction strategy. We know it hasn't been easy, and sometimes we haven't always been at the table to share our views, but we are committed to do that. I mentioned already that the ILO has had some challenges, and the ITF affiliates, and there's a number in the room and there's many more online, respect the opportunity to have a tripartite model, and long may that continue. And I think the challenge for all of us is how do we translate this kinetic energy into delivery? So, how are we going to attract the next generation of seafarers? Not if, how? What's the practical steps that we can do? I think it's amazing in a male-dominated industry, and I'll just look at the panel, that we all highlighted the issue of women in the shipping industry. So can I just put the hands in the air, the women in the room? And if you're sitting online somewhere. So there's a number of women in the room, but there's not enough women recognised in the leadership. We recognise this in the ITF, and we're working on it. But also we've got to find a way to transition our industry so that it's an attractive place, a safe place to come and work. We have to decide, this is difficult, what is the energy that's going to drive the future generation of ships? And I've had the privilege to sit in many rooms and listen to ship owners tell me what they think over many years, but in this particular issue they don't all agree. So there's a big issue for us there about how do we work through. We have a lot of instruments, and I'm not going to repeat all of them. Or maybe I should just mention some of them. The International Labour Convention, as Guy and everyone else has said, is something we should all be rightly proud of, because it's a global enforceable labour standard. Global enforceable labour standard. We don't have many of them. And we needed them in shipping, and we needed the partnership that started that process many years ago. And we welcome the opportunity to revise STCW. If I say excited, you might not believe me 100%, but we know that we've got to modernise the standards by which we test seafarers, and we've got to look at digitalisation, energy, and all of those challenges. Of course, ILO Fishing Convention, we shouldn't not recognise that the fundamental principles of the ILO should form part of this social contract, because there's a social contract that we talk about when we work in partnership with the employers, but there's also an ambitious programme in the ILO that says what should a new social contract look like? And for the ITF's behalf, we're ready to sign up. We recognise it needs investment. Guy talks about ESG. In the ITF, we don't know whether you can get cheaper money if you need to resource your ships or buy different technology if you meet the ESG guidelines. But we know you're going to need money to transition the ships, and we know we're going to need money to rescale and upskill the existing seafarers and build the next generation. So for all of us, what does partnership look like? What can we bring to the table? What do we bring today? You're going to hear throughout the day from many of my colleagues, so I didn't list all the hardships that seafarers face. Sorry, Mark Dickinson's just given me some editorial notes. Thanks for that, Mark. And the reality is we're here to talk about the challenges, but at the end, it's what are the solutions? How do we deal with that? So our challenge, and there's some amazing players and actors in this room, is to create the best practice. It's to create an environment where, whether you're a ship owner, a ship manager, a crew management, that it's critical that we have a standard that we can all adhere to. And that's why the ITF's in the room, to bring the seafarer's voice. There's many nations here with ship registration. How do we make that more transparent? How do we make that more accountable? Guy talked about abandonment. The ITF knows the reality, and we have many of our inspectors here. It isn't as good as it should be, and sometimes we need to make ways of those less responsible players to be held accountable. The greening of our shipping is going to evolve as the technologies respond, but we need to build a collegiate approach. All these organisations represented here, we have to recognise this isn't about competition. It's difficult to say that in the shipping industry, but it's a reality of how do we make sure we're all in a position that when we're communicating to the seafarers, what are we doing about the national environment? What are we doing about the international standard, and how do we bring everyone up to scale? The numbers are quite scary. If we need new seafarers, then we need to invest in them. And we need to make sure they're in an environment with the education and the skills. That's a collective responsibility. So I was going to call you brothers and sisters. That's maybe a little controversial. Colleagues, comrades, stop there. Before I think, no, can I say distinguished maritime leaders, today gives us a unique opportunity. I think for the ITF, it would be wrong of us not to send a message of peace, because we're in the middle of a very trying time wherever you sit in the globe, and many innocent people are impacted by that. And when I mention the importance of the United Nations, I think their authority, whichever body of the United Nations, needs to be upheld and respected. So whatever good work we do today, however we build this problem, our job is to make sure that the environment for the world at large is built on peace and mutual respect, and the ability to build an environment where, whether you're in the global north or the global south, you can be confident that you'll be alive at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Secretary. Distinguished delegates, our keynote speaker have set the scene for the following 6 sessions, raising in particular the importance of UN nations, in particular in difficult moments, and also the unique opportunity today to work together on these important questions. Now I will invite key speakers to take a seat in the plenary, and so I will invite... Oh, picture, sorry. Picture first. So our first session is on ensuring right at sea, and why our first panel of speakers come to the podium. I will give the floor to my colleague Tamara to share with you some housekeeping.
Thank you, Damien. Good morning, everybody. So as we are waiting for our panelists to get themselves ready, get seated, just a few housekeeping. So if you're in the room and you would like to request to speak, please just raise your hands. And if you are on Zoom participating, please raise your virtual hand. If you are on Zoom, could I ask you also to ensure that your name displays either the country that you're from, then your name, or the entity that you are representing, followed by your name. For those of you on Zoom, please note that the chat function is only to be used for communicating with IMO operators to resolve any technical issues. And if you request the floor to chat during that, in there, it won't be taken into account. And if you're watching on YouTube, welcome and enjoy. For those of you in the room, we are going to be having a coffee break at 11. You've noticed that our timings have slipped a little bit, but we are going to be starting with with our first session of 1.1. We're all sitting. So I'd like to best practices for responsible ship management. The moderator will be Ms. Corinne Varga, who is the Director of the International Labour Standards of ILO. So Ms. Varga, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamara, and very good morning to all of you. It's really, I think, our privilege to kickstart the discussion and my privilege to have accompanying me on this panel 5 very experienced panelists. So I'm really keen in engaging now on discussing, in echo to what we've heard just this morning. We've heard Secretary General Ketak saying that the maritime transport must meet modern society's expectations. We then heard the ILO Director General echoing this by saying that this calls for putting people, namely seafarers, at the center and calling for a new social contract for these expectations to be met. We've also heard the very compelling call made by the previous Prime Minister of Turkey, having been a seafarer himself, about the hardship of seafarers and the importance that this being addressed. So today, I couldn't dream of a better panel than the one I'm having the privilege of moderating to address this important question of how can responsible ship management deliver on these critically important expectations. And I'll start with you, Mark. You are a little far away from me. Mark, you are the Secretary General of Nautilus International. You have been involved in developing the Maritime Labour Convention. You are still very much involved in implementing it in practice. And you are currently the elected Vice President for Seafarers of the Special Tripartite Committee that's set up to ensure that the MLC remains under review. So my question to you is, what are the key elements you would recommend company to target to ensure responsible management of seafarers' working condition? Over to you.
I do need to press the button. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Steve set the tone this morning. Thank you, Steve. I do feel a bit intimidated by the speakers who went before me. My speech is almost entirely redundant because of what they all said. I hope you detected, as I did, so much consensus across the piece about what needs to be said, and that goes from our Secretary General of IMO, our Director General, from the ILO, from Steve and from Guy, and indeed our distinguished former Prime Minister from Turkey, Mr. Banani, who had a very strong message from his own experience as well, and of those of seafarers who, as he said, some had spent 2 years at sea during COVID, and we had the COVID crew change crisis as a consequence. Ketak mentioned the heroes of the sea when he referred to seafarers, and that is exactly what they are. We've talked a lot over the past couple of years about seafarers being key workers who, as Steve said, move the world. COVID has shown us what happens when the industry is, I'm afraid to say, blighted by what we call sea blindness, when governments, when society does not seem to appreciate or understand that key role, that critical role, the role of the heroes, as Ketak has referenced. So I start from the point of view of saying, how do we address sea blindness? COVID has perhaps an unforeseen benefit, if I may be forgiven for describing it in those terms. It shone a light on the importance of global supply chains, and it revealed the critical role the seafarers play. And it would be incompetent, it would be negligent on a grand scale if we, all of us, the maritime leaders, as Steve described you all as, here today in this room, if we did not recognise that key role, and if we did not build on that partnership. So I'm very, very proud to say that we are unified. You heard it all already this morning. Everybody is unified on what needs to be done, and you all have the power in your various ways, and obviously also in the ILO. We have the power to make a difference and to make a change. And there's been talk about a new social contract. I imagined that when it was first mentioned, and the first time I heard it mentioned was when Gilbert addressed the CIFRA 2050 conference that Guy has already, Guy, British Guy, first mentioned it earlier today, a new social contract for seafarers. And I want to, in terms of addressing best practice, that was the question. So I knew eventually I would arrive at the question, Karine. There are 5 areas, one of which I've already mentioned, that I think we need to address when we think about best practice. The first thing I wanted to say, though, is that best practice is not minimum standards. Minimum standards have a role. They're very important. Of course they are. They set the level playing field that we need, that Guy's members need, in order to compete in a positive way and raise standards. But we raise those standards, we must. And in the ITF, we lean very heavily on the need to continuously improve. Continuously improve is a concept in the Maritime Labour Convention. Maritime Labour Convention, the Bill of Rights, as Gilbert mentioned and referred to it as earlier, has been mended 4 times, but it's still a basic framework of minimum standards. And it is a passport to decent work. And decent work, we're not there yet. We need to continuously improve to arrive at a destination. The MLC is a passport on a journey to a destination of decent work for seafarers, key workers, the heroes of the sea. So that's the first message about addressing best practices in the shipping industry. How am I doing for time? You're going to give me a bit more?
1 minute.
1 minute, okay, but I'm going to give you a number of others. We do need to address sea blindness, so let's leave that one because I've addressed it. We need to address skills. Steve was right, and Guy was right. We need to upskill and reskill our seafarers. The fact that we're all talking actively about a just transition is a huge step in the right direction, but that is what we need to do. Employment. The common model of employing seafarers is temporary employment, agency crewing. We need to move to permanent employment of seafarers, permanent employment, constant, secure employment. That's what we need. And that employment needs to be diverse. We need a more diverse workforce. We need more women in our industry. Look at this panel. Look at this panel. At least we've got Karine. While I'm in the IMO, we need to address safe manning levels. You've been kicking that can down the road long enough, guys. We need fatigue to be addressed. Hours of work and rest in this house, 98 hours a week. In Geneva, 91 hours. Seriously, you want to recruit young people into industry and you want them to work 91 or 98 hours per week, not per month, per week. We've got to address that. So that's got to be done. Tour lengths up to 11 months in the MLC. Well, 12 months actually, but in practice, 11 months, thanks to the committee of experts. 11 months in practice, but that's not good enough. Come on. Social connectivity. I'm fed up of listening to employers tell me it's not practicable to provide internet at sea for seafarers. Are you seriously going to recruit and retain young seafarers and offer them no internet or crappy internet? I'm sorry, it isn't going to work. And that's it. That's my speech. Thank you.
Now, Tim, it will be for you to bring the ship owner's perspective on what it takes, what it would take. Are we good?
Yes. Just saying people can stay at their seats.
Okay. But feel free as well to go up if you prefer. I mean, I think that's up to you. But from Tim, you are the policy director on employment and legal matters at the UK shipping industry. So please share with us your perspective and any reaction to what you just heard.
Thank you very much indeed, Karine, and welcome to everybody. It's a real pleasure and a privilege to have been invited to speak on this auspicious panel at this very key joint ILO-IMO conference on behalf of ship owners. I'm not quite as outgoing as Mark is, so I'm going to stay seated here. I hope he doesn't mind. No, more seriously, Mark's made a lot of very important points here, and the new social contract that he's referred to, I think, is an important step forward. And one thing that I picked out of that is the need for a strategic approach involving governments in terms of how we recruit and train and retain the seafarers that we're going to need into the future. Now, I think we all had a little laugh at Steve Cotton's comment that he hopes the employers will pay for it. But behind that is quite a serious point, because it's not just shipping companies that need qualified, experienced seafarers. There are a lot of shoreside employers that also go after the same people. That isn't a negative thing, it's a very positive thing. It's a help to getting the people into the industry that we need by showing them that actually we sell a career at sea, but it's not a life sentence. It opens lots of doors to jobs in the shoreside maritime clusters. The trouble with employers, ship owners paying for the training, is that it means ship owners are taking the risk, and it's the shoreside employers that are getting the reward. And that isn't sustainable. Seagoing careers are getting shorter. And the pandemic certainly hasn't helped in that regard. So we do need a wider approach involving governments. I think every every government, certainly every government of any maritime nation, will appreciate the strategic importance of having their own supply of national seafarers. And therefore, it takes a national strategy. Here in the UK, we are going to be working on just that with our own government and also with our social partners from the unions. We already have an organisation called the Merchant Navy Training Board, which has been going for getting on for 80 years to promote a tripartite approach. Talking about tripartism, if you look at the work of the ILO, maritime is one of, I think, is it 22 sectors? We are by far the most active. And that's something that I'm really proud of, because it shows that ship owners, the people that I and my organisation represent, see the value in making global regulation for a global industry, and also for raising the standards, for driving out the bad operators that give the industry a bad name. The part that we played in developing the MLC is something that I think we can look upon with great pride. And since the MLC was adopted, we've promoted compliance. And we've done that not just by informing the companies that are members of our associations of what they need to do and why it's important, but also in developing good practices that go alongside it. At the UK Chamber, we've got, I think, a very proud record indeed of working with our social partners to develop guidelines for companies that promote and improve the health and safety and welfare of seafarers. And I think that too is a model for others to use. So there's a great deal that we can be positive about. Looking forward, yes, the MLC does set minimum standards, but let's not just equate minimum with low. They are acceptable standards because they were negotiated on a tripartite basis. Of course, as things change, as the industry moves forward, they need to be kept in line. And I think that Mark's point about internet connectivity is a very important one there. The current generation of seafarers that we're looking to recruit, and every future generation, are completely unfamiliar with a world with no internet. Most of us in this room will probably be very familiar with a world without the internet. And we probably wonder how on earth we managed. But it's not an option to not provide adequate social connectivity, and the demands are going to only increase as we go forward. How we communicate with the TikTok generation to get them interested in going to sea is going to be key to attracting them into this industry and showing that we're not an industry of the past. We are very much an industry of the future. We all have a role to play in that. It's promoting compliance isn't just for ship owners; it's for everybody involved. There's tripartite ownership of the MLC itself, of the standards, and also of the need to make sure that it is working. Thank you very much indeed.
No, thank you. Thank you to you, Tim, and you, as you rightly say, it is the responsibility of each stakeholder in the industry. And I want now to call on another important stakeholder in the industry, the International Ship Managers Association, Cuba. Sorry, yes.
I'm here.
But
hello.
Yeah, I'm kind of sorry. I was turning my back to you. And now I wanted to kindly ask you also to share, in addition to what you've heard the social partners saying now, from your perspective, what have you seen in terms of good practice, in terms of this bringing clarity in terms of role responsibility?
Very good morning, everyone. The word responsibility seems to be vibrating in this room, and I'm delighted to hear it, actually, because an intermanager represents ship managers of this world, but also crew managers. And to give you perspective, 1.8 million seafarers, only 10% of them are directly employed by ICS members. So 90% are here, guys, intermanager, crew managers. So what are the best practice for us? The best practice for us is actually partnership. Ship managers are very often hired to do the job, but there is no way of talking about partnership. And the good practice, best practice is actually when the owners are treating ship managers and crew managers as partners in the development, in the profit and everything, which means sharing all sorts of good things as well, not just bad. And responsibility here. Intermanager is very much against the blame, because this blame, unfortunately, is hampering our industry big style. We really need to start investigating accidents without this myth of 85% of all errors being human. If you Google it nowadays, you will see how backward thinking it is. We can't do that. We won't be able to invite youngsters to come to our industry when we criminalize them. Look at the situation now with the shipmaster, when he is criminalized. And you think, why is the ship manager talking about that? Because these are our people. We are in between. We provide crew for the owners. We are fully responsible because we are document of compliance holders. So in the end of the day, it's not the owner, it is a ship manager through the crew management who is responsible, and we are not shying away from this responsibility. Therefore, best practice, to answer your question, is always partnership, good dialogue, good discussion. We had superb examples of that during COVID. It was within minutes when the COVID was announced as a pandemic, when I had a chat with Natalie Shaw, and immediately created what then went on and on and on, when we were bracing with the problems and issues, and we were calling spade a spade. And that was superb. There were weekly meetings, but very often those weekly meetings were actually at the very beginning twice weekly or 3 weekly. We continue with those meetings actually because they were so good. So this partnership for the responsibility, in my opinion, would be my message. I probably don't have more time on that. I do. Okay, very good. So moving on this one, I already mentioned no blame. I also mentioned how we are addressing youngsters. If you take countries by statistics now, obviously Philippines, the biggest supplying country for the seafarers. Then we've got Chinese. Then we've got Indians. Then we've got Ukrainians. But look what's happening in Europe at the moment. Poland, 33,000 seafarers delivered here. And I'll surprise you, because next nation is Britain. 22,000 UK seafarers. Everybody would say Greece. No, it's only 18,000. I'm saying only because historically Greeks were those people. Then we've got Romanians here as well and Bulgarians. Now, is it the best practice? I would say it is. Those countries like Poland, Bulgaria, Romania are continuing to attract youngsters. Will they continue with that? I'm not sure. There is best practice, and I really enjoy working here in UK when I see the already mentioned Merchant Navy Training Board, because it is something which members of Intermanager would like to see all over the world. Because this is a partnership, this is working together, making sure that young people are given a fair deal to get into the shipping industry, which means support from the managers, support from the owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuba, and it's interesting because we start to see the pieces of a collective answer here. And building on your point about partnership with a view to collectively facing up to responsibilities, let me now turn to Jan, to you. Your group has gained really interesting experiences in terms of facing up to the challenges we're discussing right now. And in your position as Group Director of Health, Safety, Security, Environment and quality. That was a long title, not to miss. And your 25 years of experience in the maritime industry, can you tell us a little bit more about how your company is structured and how it ensures that the high-level quality standards of your customers coexist with statutory requirements?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Olivier told us that we weren't allowed to bring any slides, so being a good ship manager, I've only bought 3. So I think someone's going to put them up somewhere. But I'll, that's the last one. Okay, all right. I'm allowed 1. What we've experienced, and coming back to Tim's point, within V, we touch on nearly 3,500 vessels a day, whether that's providing catering, seafarers, underwater inspections, underwriting, insurance, crew management, ship management, or any of the other multitude services. So one of the big challenges we see, as Tim says, is when we look at seafarers and seafaring standards and expectations, it's not just seafarers. We've got a huge gamut of labor considerations, compliance considerations, customer considerations to take into account across the business, across the average day. What we see within V, and as Kuba said, just being a DOC holder is not good enough. It's not robust enough. Being super frank, you can walk down the street and get a DOC today, and you can wind up your business and abandon seafarers tomorrow. So looking at a legal entity and saying, well, they're a DOC holder, they're ISM compliant, simply isn't good enough these days. So we have a very robust structure around how the organization is put together. So yes, we have our DOC holders, those ship management offices that run the vessels on behalf of our customers. But then when we look at the governance in terms of how we run the business, that is then put around them as another further wrapper. It's out of their control, so to speak. They focus on looking after the seafarers and running the operations. And then at the next level up, at a corporate level where I sit along with the executive team, we have the much even broader corporate compliance. So our financial compliance, our ESG compliance, our parent company is New York Stock Exchange listed, so we have that compliance. So at the, dare I say, the sort of the basic level of being a DOC holding ship manager, we have so many levels and layers of compliance around them, so we can avoid abandonment. We can avoid the customers that don't want to do the right thing. We can have robust conversations with owners, investors, stockholders when we want to talk about ESG investment, buying, installing plant, developing plant and machinery and future fuels. So having that extremely robust compliance structure around V, yes, it slows things down. I think anybody who works in and around the IMO appreciates that. But yes, it slows things down, but it does mean we get to the right solution at the end for our seafarers, for our customers, for our employees, for our stakeholders. What I would say, though, and I'll come to my slide as my sort of closing statement, when we talk about operational compliance, and I'm sorry for everybody in the room, but the IMO is not our first point of call. We look at what our industry stakeholders want, our energy majors. Their standards, their operational standards, their safety standards, their welfare standards are light years ahead of international maritime standards. So if I want to go out today and write a safety management system from scratch, I will start with OCIMF and their TMSA. Or I would start with their OVMSA, or I would start with RightShip and their dry BMS standards, because by working towards those standards, frankly, I'm already complying with IMO and MLC and many other things, with the vast majority of things. The other thing we see as well, as the graph here shows, and which I'll close on, is our industry expectations are far more stringent than those of our flag and class societies. The number there is mooring findings. These are findings related to, these are findings from industry inspections. In the orange bars, and the gray bars are flag and class inspections combined. Our industry stakeholders have found 128 times more findings, deficiencies improvement opportunities on our mooring stations than our flag and class societies did combined. And as per the safety moment at the bottom there, a recent study, 5% of all severe personal injuries happen during mooring operations. So our customers, our energy majors, are better, are more robust, are more transparent, and are better engaged at inspecting our assets and holding us accountable as asset managers than our flag and class societies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience in the most genuine and honest and frank manner here. I think this is really what helps the debate moving forward. And building on your last point, clearly suggesting that flag state inspection could be done better. Let us now move to Christophe. Christophe, you are the head of the Fleet Seafarers Department to the French General Directorate for Maritime Affairs, Fisheries and Aquaculture. Got the long title good too. And in France, actually, your experience has been not to delegate the key obligations such as the MLC, ISM and ISPS certification, and to carry out the inspections by yourself, by the national inspector. So this is interesting in contrast of that strong statement we just heard. So tell us a little bit more why and how it delivers.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about that. And I very much, just to start with saying that I very much welcome this initiative by ILO, IMO. I think it's I hope this is a first step of something positive, and with all the partners included in the rooms and abroad. And just before that, just to say that the first working condition is probably among the top key priorities of my ministers, and of course the way it's enforced is really very much something among the top priorities also. And so that's why we have made the choice not to delegate the ISM and MLC certificates. We all know that seafarers, specifically during the COVID period, went through very, very difficult times. As it was mentioned by the IMO Secretary General, they were the hidden heroes of this global economy, and I think it's a correct way to define it. And we need collectively to guarantee that seafarers' rights are correctly enforced. And otherwise, I think we will face very much problems in terms of attractiveness, and specifically for the youngest. I think there's probably this is the main challenge we are collectively facing. I mean, in the coming years, and we all know that we are in a very tight market with problem of recruitment and with perspective of development. So there's a need to be very, very active on that issue. So as I said before, we've made the choice in France not to delegate the ISM and MLC certificates issuance. And so just to give you short figures on that, we have issued already 180 ships MLC certificates. And concerning ISM, it was about 300 ship certificates and 74 companies audit certificates, because we do both. So I would say it's rather a mid-sized fleet, but with good perspective of development, diversified fleets. And so we are very proud of that, because we think it's a good asset for our register. And so why do we decide to do so? We decide to give that to flag state surveyor because we think that it's a good guarantee of independence, and so because these certificates are issued by public servants, And I think it's also a good guarantee of expertise. And because our flag state surveyors have high level of competence, they are also PSCO, and they are also specifically trained for that. And so we have issued specific training for MLC, ISM, and so it's I think it's a part of the range of ISM qualification, and which is important in our views. And in that global perspective, we sometimes delegate to RO the issuance of MLC and ISM, but it's very limited cases, which are more or less in cases where this, due to the imperative reasons and exceptional circumstances. So there are very, very few cases where these certificates are delegated to RO. So just to sum up, the benefits we see in that situation are that our ship surveys in France and certification, except passenger ships, are delegated to IRO. We see that this ISM and MLC as a way to have a control over delegated activities and to give management audits a grip on the activities and the reality of the activities. And it's also, I would say, an objective source of information, a good source of information on working conditions for seafarers, concrete source of information. And it's also a way to get some good knowledge of reality for our inspectors and to be able to propose and to improve our regulations and to propose better regulations or social contracts, due to the fact that we are very much connected to the reality of the work. And lastly, the benefits we see is that the ship inspectors are also entitled to address complaints from seafarers of their representatives. So it's a way to get that information in a direct manner, and so I think it's important to get that also. So just to say that we think that it's a question of the enforcement of the seafarers' working condition is key, and that we have very much work ahead of us. I mean, still work ahead of us. And in that respect, I think we are able, I think, to do what we have managed to do with safety. I mean, safety of ships and GFG. I think concerning the human role in the shipping industry. So I'm honestly convinced that this question of the way the seafarers' working conditions are enforced will be key in the coming years. So it's a key aspect where we pay very much attention in France, and we think that with that way of proceeding, we guarantee that, or at least we have good efficiency in that respect. So thanks for.
No, thank you so much, Christophe. Yes. And given the time we are reaching now, I can only accommodate but one question, am I told? So who in the room or online would wish to ask one question to our panelists or challenge any aspect? Yes, there, please. I need help, I guess, to give the floor. I don't know how this functions, the system here, but.
Is it me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Professor Ziarati. I'm from Center for Factories of the Future, C4FF, and I'm doing a project with IMO. But one of the challenges to us, which I want to present to the panel, is that what Mr. Trebensky said is that they have gone beyond IMO rules and regulations because their customers requires a higher standard. especially in terms of, for instance, safety management. And we know Cuba is obviously, as a safe ship managers and crew managers, they have got the resources and the knowledge to provide what is required, for instance, in terms of safety management. But we have given the responsibility for safety management to companies. There are companies who are responsible for their procedures manuals and so on, without giving them adequate support. So we have as many as safety standards as we have companies in the world. And that cannot carry on. The companies need support. And that sort of support would eventually help the seafarers. And if we can make the seas safer, hopefully that would help us to recruit young people for our industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I think your question is seconded, as I hear by a few in the room. So, Jan Kuba, interested in taking up that question?
I'll take it immediately because I would like to remind everybody it's 1994, and I think ship managers were really fed up with lack of codes or everything. So at that time, Intermanager was called International Ship Management Association, ISMA, and ISM code was just a code of conduct between our guys, really. Because as Ian says, even today, flag states are very happy to give certificate for everybody to be a ship manager, and that is not good for the industry. It's definitely not good for the seafarers. When we look into the abandonment cases, it's terrible because you would not find a good ship manager being abandoned of the vessels. I'm just posing for a second, making sure that I'm not porcupine anybody. You would not find it. It's usually the unscrupulous owner who directly gets the crew on board and so on and so forth. So you are introducing another layer. But indeed, ISM code, which is now being revised as well, or just about to be revised, should be the place where everybody should be singing from the same hymn sheet. ISM code, and if it is above, I agree with Ian. We are in the very dynamic environment when some of our customers are asking for it. But Ian, to be controversial, OCIMF is only 4,000 ships, and IMO is 120,000 ships. So I appreciate the fact that most of our members are working in this very, very sophisticated environment, but demand comes only from 4,000 ships. That's how many OCIMF tankers are actually involved in our vetting inspections and everything. So push back, Ian, please.
Yeah, if you can show me a better standard to work to than that's required by an LNG tanker, then be my guest.
Karine, oh, sorry.
But I would take the gentleman's comment and slightly turn it on its head. I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, whether we talk to this customer, there's 7 different safety expectations. So, but if we park the bureaucracy, the bigger challenge I see is a lack of consistency, the lack of sustainability when it comes to the seafarers, because, again, being super controversial, there is no standard. And I spoke about this at a UK Chamber of Shipping conference recently. My first day at Wasatch Maritime College 27 years ago, we talked about enclosed space fatalities. We are still talking about it in 2023. Why is there not a mandated enclosed space entry, rescue, testing? That should be mandated. That shouldn't be left to industry to dictate what's in the course. It shouldn't be left to a ship owner or a ship manager to dictate what is in the course. That should be mandated by the IMO, non-negotiable. You will do this. We will come and inspect your training establishments. You know, we love the fact that we are left and we are trusted and we are empowered to do the right thing, but not everybody is a V group. Not everybody is a BSM. There are rogues out there, Kuba, as much as we like to not admit it. And those are the people we need to weed out by putting robust frameworks, governance structures in place to get that level playing field there.
Mark, come in.
Thanks, Karine. Well, I don't want to. I'm not wanting to strike a different tone, but I did want to just highlight the importance that minimum standards represent. If I lean into the MLC, which I'm most familiar with, the MLC was created because there was in social dialogue, through social dialogue, the unions, the ITF, and the ship owners, ICS, recognized the importance of setting the benchmark at an acceptable initial level in order to deal with unfair competition from those who weren't prepared to play by those rules. And so to the point of the comment and the question, and to Ian's and Kuba's response, which I agree with and acknowledge, but minimum standards are important, but they have to, like the MLC, they have to be capable of keeping pace with developments. Otherwise, we will just create another opportunity for those who don't want to play by those rules to undercut the good ship owners that, like Ian has represented, who want to go beyond the minimum standards. So eventually the standards have to catch up, and that's why the MLC can be amended. But that's a continuous process. We can't just say the job's been done and move on to the next problem. It's a constant. We need constant attention. That's why the MLC talks about continuous improvement in the field of social and employment rights. That's really important. That's what we're talking about today. So we can't rest. We have to keep bringing forward. If I may just use this opportunity for 30 seconds to segue another point into the conversation. In this House, I think you talk about compelling need for any changes to the conventions. And we've heard that language creeping into the ILO, where there is no basis for that compelling. The unions come along, and let me quote, there's a British-born American trade union leader called Samuel Gompers. He was born in 1850 in Spitalfield in the East End of London. And he went on to lead the American Federation of Labour, and he was once asked, what do the unions want? What do workers want? He said, more. And the ILO gives me the opportunity on behalf of the world seafarers to argue for more. And I think that's enough. That's all we need to do. We want more. We want better pay. We want more leave. We want shorter periods. We want less working hours, more rest. We don't need to demonstrate a compelling need. It's justification enough that we want more. Of course, it's not a dictatorship. So we need to convince the ship owners that this is important to drive this recruitment and retention crisis that we're all facing because of COVID, but because of many other things. So I just thought, I think that's, in terms of minimum standards, advancing decent work, and where we need to be, I think that's important. Thanks.
If I may just make a small contribution here, Mark, you might find that ship owners also want more, but hey. Just to come back to the gentleman's point, yeah, we have the minimum standards that are mandated in houses such as this. We have customer-driven standards that Ian referred to. But there's another strata when it comes to safety, and that's about culture. You know, is the company culture focused on compliance with the minimum standards and keeping the regulators off their backs and trying to stay out of the courts where they might end up if they have an accident and somebody gets injured or worse? Or do you have a company culture that's focused on safety, that puts, whether you call it a just culture, a culture of care, a culture of support? Yeah. Do you have that mentality permeating through the company so that people have the opportunity to challenge any procedures that they don't think are quite right? That people are empowered to draw attention to any unsafe acts and unsafe conditions that they might observe? Are accidents and near misses investigated in a manner that identifies all the root causes and doesn't look to apportion blame? Because that's a much more difficult thing to regulate. That comes from the hearts and the minds. But without that, we won't really get the advances in safety in this industry or indeed in any other industry that the workers truly deserve.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. And then one last word from Christoph.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say that concerning the question, I mean, of discrepancies we may have in the enforcement of these elements, and saying that each company have its own way to improve and to enforce MLC or ISM. I think that in that way, the way we control it, we monitor it. In France, is probably a way to improve that consistency between the companies, and so I think it's a good way to proceed. I'm obviously I know that it can be done everywhere, but I think that the important things here is that we need to have something well enforced and consistently enforced, and that's the message I want to raise, because we know that we've got some good tools, could be improved, of course, but good tools. But if these tools are not correctly enforced, we are missing the point. Thank you.
No, thank you. Very, very important last point. And I want now to apologize to the participant from Spain online, to whom I cannot give the floor right now because the time is over. So, disculpe. Will have now to kind of come to a conclusion of this session, which I had found quite fascinating in the sense that all your interventions have been very complementary. And what I have heard really is a strong call from each one of you, independently of where you're sitting and what your responsibility are, for a strong commitment, a commitment to responsible ship management, a commitment that's visible. There is this element of invisibility of seafarers that has been highlighted, a commitment that's active and that delivers impact. I've heard you all say this in one way or another. And there is something we've heard as well, a big call, which I want to pick up here. It's let's not forget the painful lessons we've learned during the COVID pandemic. And we seem to forget them so easily and so quickly. And that's really an important wake-up call and message I'm taking away. The key issues that needs to be really looked at, considered in terms of improving ship management are indeed, and I think Mark was very vocal and passionate about working conditions, skills, employment, diversity, safe manning, echoed by the room. All these are indeed important point for more, as he said, but I might add more and better, potentially. What I'm taking away as well is to deliver on this. You know, some have pointed to the importance of having a national strategy, and that was the example of the UK. The importance of tripartite engagement, developing it together, implementing it together. The importance of partnership, I've heard across partnership for effective enforcement, partnership for effective compliance, and partnership as well in a coherent and coordinated manner, as I just heard now. Because indeed enforcement and compliance are important if we want better outcomes and true impact. And the last point I'll pick up from Cuba is that it's important that we lead by example. And sanction, enforcement, all of this is important, but positive emulation and stimulation through good practice and sharing, and so leading by example would be really the word on which I want to finish this panel. And on your behalf, let me thank the panelists that joined me on this discussion this morning. It was an important discussion and a discussion that we certainly will build upon both at the ILO and IMO jointly and with our partners. So thank you so very much, and thank you to the panelists.
Thank you, everybody on panelists of session 1.1. Ladies and gentlemen, we're actually now going to turn to a coffee break. For those of you in the room, it is up in the Delegates Lounge on the first floor. If you've not been to IMO before, you will see that there's two areas. The room has been segregated. That's the wrong word, separated. So we are to the right-hand side, you'll see, because there's another event. We're going to also ask you to come back. We're going to take a bit of time from your coffee break and ask you to return at 11:20, please. Oh. No, please do. And then we're going to continue with session 1.2 after the coffee break. So see you back here at 11:20. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats quickly. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to session 1.2. Thank you. Far more effective. So, session 1.2, ensuring respect of seafarers' rights at all times and lessons learned from COVID-19. This will be moderated by Ms. Dorota Losz-Szymanska, Director of the Legal Affairs and External Relations Division of IMO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamara, and good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to see all of you and to see the room full. It shows how important this subject is to IMO and ILO and our communities. This panel aims at identifying lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to start with saying that seafarers' work is unique and essential, as we all know. And as Secretary General Kita Klim said many times, that they are the heroes of the global economy. And this is why they deserve special attention and special recognition, and we celebrate every year on the 25th of June the International Day of the Seafarer. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was highlighted that we need quick and decisive humanitarian action to support our essential workers. And this is why the IMO Seafarers Crisis Action Team was established at the beginning of the pandemic, and the team worked together with ILO, WHO, and other UN system organizations, and with social partners, with ship owners as well, to find solution to address the crisis in the maritime industry caused by the pandemic. During the pandemic, thousands of seafarers worked beyond their contract time. In 2020 and 2021, around 400,000 of seafarers were awaiting repatriation. And this is why, during this panel, we will talk about actions taken during the pandemic, but also what are the lessons learned and what we should be taking away from that for the future. I'm very happy to be joined at this panel by very experienced and very important panelists, and including three experienced and expert women. And let me start with introducing Ms. Victorina Hesti-Dewayani, who is the Director for Legal Affairs and Socio-Cultural Treaties of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Indonesia was very active during the COVID-19 pandemic, and Victorina, could you please tell us a little bit more about the efforts Indonesia has made to promote the adoption of the UN General Assembly resolution, which urged states to designate seafarers as key workers? And could you explain the relevance of this resolution for seafarers and other marine personnel?
Thank you, Dorota. It's an honor for me to be here with these distinguished panelists. Well, first of all, that one of the Indonesian government priority is ensuring the rights and the safety of Indonesian migrant workers throughout the world, including sea-based migrant workers. So during the pandemic, you know that countries have put numbers of preventive measures such as strict health protocol, border restriction, lockdown, even port closure. This condition create the situation where the many ship crews they were stranded on their ship, and they were unable to dock to port for weeks, even months, and and also this situation created the situation where it was impossible for them to restock their basic necessities, and also prevent them from access for healthcare. So this situation also, adding the little how to say that was the port authority and also the ship owner couldn't do much to mitigate the situation. So driven by the situation, Indonesia initiated the UNGA, the draft of UNGA resolution in 2020. This is a part of our efforts to establish international norm on the protection of seafarers within the context of the pandemic. So this draft supported, co-sponsored by 71 countries and adopted in November 2020. So this is the first resolution that addressed the safety and well-being of the seafarers during the pandemic to support the management of the global supply chain. As we all know that the key measures of the resolution cover, amongst others, designating the seafarers as key workers, and also the crew change protocol, and the repatriation effort, and also the health and safety measures. This is for main element of this resolution. So how this resolution is important to our efforts to, in term of or in relation with the repatriation of the seafarers is like a political commitment of all states to facilitate, to acknowledge them as key workers, and also facilitate them in especially during the crew change. To give you an idea what is our government efforts throughout the pandemic, we have repatriated around 20,000 sea-based Indonesian migrant workers, 28,452 to be exact. Of course, this can be done in cooperation with all stakeholders. We cannot do it alone, but this one includes cooperation with all relevant stakeholders. However, we're still facing some cases as well where the lack of cooperation between the ship owner and the flag state, where the ship owner is nowhere to be found, and our mission abroad can only communicate with the port authority and local manning agency, resulted us in repatriating Indonesian crew members from abroad at the expense of the government, because the ship owner cannot be held accountable. We have cases like we repatriated 172 from Fiji and also 105 from Taiwan. So also during our effort to repatriate Indonesian workers, the main obstacle is that, the challenges that also we face is that the crew change. The provision of essential crew sometimes put us difficulties to repatriate our seafarers because, the requirements to have essential crew on board cannot be fulfilled. And also the strict health protocol, the port closure is also make us difficult to have a crew change. That's some challenges that we meet. But with all these complexities of the issue, what we learn is that the effective communication and coordination is the main, point for our successful in repatriating our workers. So to sum up, actually, the lesson learned from Indonesian experience in repatriation is that we need a good cooperation and coordination with all related stakeholders, as already mentioned by distinguished speaker in the opening remarks. I think the working together, partnership of all the relevant responsible party is, having a pivotal role in this. So to close my presentation, I would say I would like to underline that international cooperation is the main point for having successful repatriation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victorina. It is indeed impressive to hear that 71 countries co-sponsored the resolution and that you were so effective in pushing for it, and it was adopted in 2020 as a real milestone in identifying seafarers as key workers. And definitely in our summation, we will also underline the need for cooperation between countries and all stakeholders. Let me now turn to Ms. Maite Burgos, who is the head of the Maritime Labor Affairs Department at Panama Maritime Authority in the General Directorate of Seafarers. She is recognized as a regional expert of the Maritime Labor Convention. So, question to you, Maite, as the largest flag state of the world, what were the most effective measures to address the challenges of the pandemic in relation to the protection of seafarers' rights?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dorota, for the question. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you the good practice performed by Republic of Panama to repatriate and protect seafarers in times of crisis, including the experience gained with the pandemic. Well, in response to your question, I would like to share all measures that Panama took to deal with the pandemic. However, for the short time, I will focus only in the most important and effective measures. Measures that were took aware of the responsibility that we have due to the large number of seafarers who work on board of Panamanian flag vessels. So we are convinced that the first effective measures that Panama took to address the pandemic was to consult with the International Labour Office regarding the possibility for applying valid exceptions to the regulation of MLC 2006. As a result of the pandemic and the impossibility to carry out the crew changes and repatriations due to the port restrictions, actually, Panama was the first country to consult with the ILO to request guidance. I remember on February 2020, we received a notification from one of our ship owners informing us that it was impossible to carry out the crew changes as a result of the port restrictions. It was the first time we hear something like that. We immediately contacted to the ILO. We consult on February 7, 2020, and we received the informal writing opinion February 12, 2020, very quickly. So after receiving the technical guidance, Panama immediately proceeded to issue guidelines to all interest parties on situations not provided for in international instruments in February 2020 through Merchant Marine 003-2020. What situations? Situations of force majeure that made it materially impossible to comply with the sum obligations contracted under the MLC. Situations such as closing of ports and border, lacks of availability of flights, refusal of the labor supplying country to receive its national seafarers, closure of consulated embassies, impossibility of obtaining visa and expiration of valid passport, many reasons that you know. These exceptions, analyzed case by case, had to be accompanied by appropriate guarantees to avoid risk of abuse, such as required express, free, and voluntary consent of the seafarers to authorize extensions of the seafarer employment agreement. This consent had to be verified through the presentation of a note in which the seafarer expressed his agreement with the extension, in addition to the copy to the contract and the addendum signed by both parts. Require ship owners to present a repatriation plan supported by objective evidence that supports the impossibility of making crew change and repatriations. Risk assessment, considering the ship's trading pattern, rest hours, fatigue, and others identifies hazards. Require ship owners not to undermine the right to pay leave and repatriation, and reevaluate the situation after a short period of time. On August 2020, once we were able to verify that there were alternative options available to comply with the provision of MLC, although they were more complicated and difficult to implement, Panama required full compliance with the MLC 2006 on board all Panamanian flag vessels. As of September 14, 2020. Once again, Panama takes the initiative and officially communicates to no longer authorize exceptions of the Regulation 2.4 of MLC after September 14, 2020. 6 months later, adopting the first guidance on February. Panama was the first country to make this decision officially. This was a very important decision for our seafarers. It was the first action taken to return to the full compliance of the MLC as flag states. Other measures taken by Panama was support and implement the orientations published by Organization of the United Nations. One of the most important was the IMO's decision to list seafarers as key workers. Regarding this point, I would like to place a special emphasis. On May 12, 2020, the Republic of Panama declared all seafarers under our flag as key workers. And we also provide our support to other statements. We, the states, in our various capacities, flag state, port state, a state that supply labor, should recognize seafarers as key workers and to implement the consequence of qualifying them as such in order to restore respect for their rights, to prevent them from being collateral victims of future crises against the travel restrictions. Sirs, it's necessary to understand the magnitude and importance of this statement for seafarers. Why? Because with this, we guarantee the protection and well-being on seafarers on whose work the global supply chain depends. To put in practice this declaration of key workers, Panama established mechanisms to ensure coordination and collaboration among all the relevant authorities to promoting harmonization and transparency of measures in a crisis context. Thanks to the coordination between the authorities of our country, we were very successful making the crew change and repatriations. To achieve this, we put in practice a recommended frame of protocols to secure crew change and implementation a humanitarian maritime corridor to execute the crew change in Panama. Based in that recommended frame, the Republic of Panama prepared its own manual called Diagram of the Modalities for Repatriation, Disembarkation, and Embarkation of the Crew Members, which was being sent via circular to shipping lines, shipping agents, crew members, diplomatic missions, and other involved groups, but it was published in the Panama website, Panama Maritime Authority website. Through the implementation of this protocol, Panama achieved from March 17, 2020 until December 31st, 2020, to be the amount of 25,000 movements regarding crew changes. From more than 50 nationalities proceeding from different types of ships belonging to the Panama Register or not. These movements were made by air, by water, by land. Other measures very effective in facing the challenge of the pandemic were maintaining communication with the representative organization of ship owners and seafarers through the preparation and implementation of measures related to crew changes and enforcement of vaccinations programs against COVID-19. It's a fact that we cannot talk about protecting the right of seafarers and their well-being if we do not guarantee their access to vaccinations in our territories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maite. Thank you very much. It was indeed very interesting to hear what the biggest flag state did during the pandemic and how you addressed. And again, we heard about the need for cooperation and consultation, and you consulted with ILO, and I know you also cooperated with IMO. And let me now turn to Mr. Helio Vincente, who is the Director of Employment Affairs at ICS. If you could summarize the efforts and work undertaken by ICS during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorota, and good morning to everyone. I think I'd be remiss to not say a few words about Victorina's comment with respect to the efforts that Indonesia led to have the resolution for seafarers to be designated key workers, which obviously as an industry we'd been pushing very hard for alongside many of our industry partners, including our friends on the ITF bench. as well. And I think I should also recognize the points taken by Métis about the efforts that Panama, as obviously a considerable flag state, had taken to ensure that crew change was able to happen, and other effective measures to support seafarers. But I think when we really step back and we take a practical view or assessment of this, I think we all fully understand that the pandemic was unforeseen, but the impact wasn't necessarily fully unexpected. I think we've had, for many years, we've had Ebola, we had avian flu, we've had SARS, and I think as an industry, we have, over those years, raised those concerns. But at the peak of the pandemic, just to put it into context, we had 400,000 seafarers stranded at sea for different reasons, staying far beyond their contractual agreements, and the impact on their physical and mental health is obviously something that will continue to have an impact on us as an industry, which has very much changed the way that, one, we work together. I think our friends on the seafarers side will recognize that since the pandemic, our ability to work together has improved astronomically. We will continue to see benefits with respect to that. But there's many factors that affect our ability to retain and to recruit our talented workforce. And there will be a specific panel later on that will look at this. But I think the way, and if you can allow me to be so candid here, the way that we dealt with the pandemic with respect to seafarers left a lot to be desired. And it's up to us to make sure that we learned from those practical lessons that need to be learned. And I'll get to that in my second intervention, Dorota. But I think Guy mentioned the Maritime Just Transition Task Force, the ICS Secretary General, and the work that we're doing there with ITF and IMO and ILO to ensure that we are, one, able to recruit better and properly, keeping in mind the comments that Tim Springett made earlier in the earlier panel as well, about the fact that we're competing with other industries, digitalization, decarbonization, all of these factors are coming together to create an industry that is really rather different. So the seafarer that we know today will probably be completely different come 2050 and beyond that. So we need to ensure that we learn those lessons that led to seafarer attrition and meant that, unfortunately, many left after the pandemic and have chosen not to return. So that is something that we need to look at. Now, more specifically to your question, Dorota, in terms of what we as ICS did during the pandemic, I think I'd be remiss if I focused on ICS alone. This was very much a collective effort. We definitely played a good coordinating role in terms of some of the actions that we took. So we worked very diligently to coordinate support for our seafarers, our members, the wider shipping community, and global trade by providing guidance, recommendations, all of which is available. We made available free of charge on the ICS website. We translated some of that material into French, Arabic, and Spanish. And I think the underlying message here is really lasting partnerships. And I think one perfect example of these lasting partnerships is the most recent partnership that we've had, at least as far as seafarers are concerned, between IMEC, ourselves at ICS, and ITF, where we meet on a regular basis, and we have been in discussions to map out what the seafarer of the future will look like, what are those priorities where we can work together, all this based on some of the practical lessons that we've learned from COVID-19, and we will keep on working diligently with all the different stakeholders within the industry and governments as well to make sure that this becomes a reality.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing out what the ICS did during the pandemic. It was very interesting indeed. Now, question to ITF, Jonathan Waring, who is today with us and is a senior legal assistant at the ITF. If you could tell us your experience and what ITF did during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this panel. And good morning, good afternoon to all. Only just, but firstly, I think I have to agree with some of the comments that Helio has made that the response to the pandemic was wholly inadequate from governments across the board from the start, and the pressure from ITF and ICS working together to try and change some of those approaches is probably some of the hardest work that ITF had to put in. I recall that we not only supported the call for seafarers to be declared key workers, but also for General Assembly resolutions calling for an end to the cruise change crisis, most of which seemed to fall on deaf ears for most of the pandemic, which proved to be a little disappointing. And I apologize if I'm a little less diplomatic than some of the other panel, but I feel that the experience of seafarers and the direct experience that those of us working at ITF had dealing with seafarers experiencing the pandemic at sea leads us to those conclusions. You know, we heard that force majeure was something that was invoked by states, and yet well into 2022 we still had states relying on force majeure to fail to adhere to the Maritime Labour Convention and other human rights instruments. And this is despite, I think, in mid-2020, ITF making the link between failure to repatriate, abandonment, and forced labour. So not only were states failing to comply with the Maritime Labour Convention, but also with their more fundamental commitments under the international, under the instruments of the International Labour Organization. So that aside, you know, ITF worked very hard on a lot of political work to try and bring about the ability for seafarers to return home. I think we've heard already that there were at one point, I think, 400,000 seafarers who were over contract. We spoke to seafarers who've been at sea for 2 years at times without prospect of returning home. And well into 2022, we still had seafarers who were struggling with achieving repatriation from their vessels. Yeah, I mean, and through that, though, the ITF was resolute in our defence of seafarers and their rights. During that period, from 2021 to the end of, from the start of 2020 to the end of 2022, our network of international inspectors reclaimed 120 million in unpaid wages, despite the challenges they faced accessing vessels and accessing seafarers due to COVID restrictions. So through that period, ITF was supporting crew by making sure they were paid their wages. We routinely supplied ships where there were abandonment cases with supplies of food, water, fuel, and actually repatriated a great number of seafarers ourselves. Through the period, we also saw a massive increase in abandonment cases, which has continued to increase post-pandemic. And those seafarers relied heavily on ITF for support. During that period, very few abandonments were reported by any other party than ITF. So ITF was highly instrumental in highlighting that issue. And as the pandemic progressed and the crew change crisis continued, we worked very closely with ICS, and I have to agree with Helio that relationships were formed there that were very helpful and that will hopefully last in resolving issues. But we also relied very heavily on both the IMO and ILO secretariats, who were also incredibly helpful. The IMO's Seafarers Crisis Action Team, in particular, I sat on many Zoom calls with them, trying to resolve issues for seafarers in many parts of the world where they were not allowed ashore for medical treatment, despite being on death's door, where we couldn't have seafarers, the dead bodies of seafarers repatriated to their homes, and where those seafarers still living couldn't be repatriated, paid or fed. And leading out of that, the ITF also contributed very heavily to the development, along with the UN Global Compact, the UN Human Rights Commission, the IMO and the ILO, on the development of a human rights due diligence toolkit. And this toolkit is really looking at how other players in the supply chain, apart from governments, ship owners and seafarers, can put pressure on the supply chain to ensure that rights are maintained. Particularly cargo owners and charterers, how they can try and utilize their positions to promote the compliance with the MLC and other fundamental instruments that should be adhered to. Many other things that were done during the pandemic, but I know we're short on time, so I'll leave it there for now, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for sharing your experience and what ITF did. And indeed, you know, we all know that the pandemic or any other force majeure shouldn't be an excuse to violate human rights and the rights of seafarers. I think that we all agree on that. Let me now turn to Ms. Linda Sorensen, who is the head of health and safety and environmental qualify factors for several Norwegian companies, and has extensive experience in human factors. Linda, what policies did the shipping companies put in place to protect seafarers during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you for your question, Dorota. So I represent 6 ship owners across many segments, from car carriers, containers, dry bulk, tankers, LPG and LNG. Together, we partner with 11 ship management companies who employ 10,000 seafarers on our 250 vessels on water. I think that makes us a significant player. I'm sure there are larger entities than us, but regardless. We have crew changes taking place on our vessels weekly, if not daily. So if I take you back to March 2020, when all of a sudden all the borders around the world shut, we were grappling with trying to find a way forward. We were well aware of the efforts done by IMO, ILO, ITF, and the ICS, and we were grateful for them. But whilst the important debates were taking place at a political level, we needed to find out how we could practically be prepared to move forward with crew changes when we were again allowed to do so. And of course, the most important thing for us was to ensure that we could do safe crew changes, safe for the seafarers that were embarking on the vessels, but also safe for the seafarers that were isolated on board the vessels as well and had not been exposed to the virus. And of course, safe for the communities that were allowing our seafarers to transit. We have many examples, unfortunately, of seafarers infecting local populations as they moved through. So what I would like to bring forward is an example of both, hopefully, best practice, but also of partnerships, which has been mentioned in today already as an important part. So we have 11 ship management companies that each would be responsible for making sure that these crew changes could take place. But we wanted to use our scale as 6 ship-owning companies. And so we created a task force where we invited the CEOs and heads of crewing and HSEQ from all of these ship management companies to come together and discuss how we could practically move together to safely transfer crew on board our vessels. We created a very robust standing operating procedure, which was fine-tuned throughout 2020. But I'll give you the sort of the final of what this looked like. We instigated home isolation lasting 2 weeks before crew then moved to quarantine facilities that were paid for by the ship owners that I represent. They then spent 14 days in quarantine. Now, these were hotels located in the Philippines and India, as an example. And whilst they were hotels, they were still functioning much like prisons, as I'm sure you can recognize. The crew were tested using PCR tests as they embarked into the facility. Then they were placed in rooms where they could not exit that room at all until they were embarking on the vessel. They had their meals left outside and a phone call to the room so that they could exit the room to pick up their meals. They, of course, had access to internet and had the opportunity to speak with their families and so on. But I think the human cost and, in fact, the unprecedented experiment that this was, in many ways, was also uncontrolled. So, from my point of view, I've always been very grateful for the sacrifice that the seafarers made by entering these quarantine facilities, adhering to the rules that were in place there, so that they could embark on the vessels safely as well. I think they also recognized the importance of that. Now, this was really strict, but it also had an impact. We had no fatalities across our 10,000 seafarers on board our vessels. We did, however, have outbreaks, and we did have serious illness. So together we also created outbreak management plans and pulled together our knowledge from medical domains so that we could support the seafarers when we did have outbreaks on board. But I believe that the standing operating procedure actually did prevent us in having major outbreaks and deaths on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Indeed, we all remember how we were locked in our houses and how difficult it was, let alone to be locked somewhere away from your family and from the loved ones. So it was extremely challenging. And thank you for sharing that experience. Let me go back to Helio, and if you could tell us from what you heard and from the exchange of views that we had, what experience did the industry gain for future events? Hopefully we will not have them, but if you could share with us your thoughts on that.
Yeah, if I could just very briefly touch on a comment that Jonathan made, and really does highlight the way that we cooperate going forward. So yes, we saw an increase in the number of abandonment cases, including as a result of COVID, but importantly, we continue to work hand in glove with our friends in the unions and with the governments, as was, and a perfect example of that is when we met in Geneva in December last year to agree guidelines for streamlining the process of handling seafarer abandonment, keeping in mind that we all have a shared responsibility in ensuring that really there is no place for abandonment in our industry, and we will continue to do everything in our power to make sure that we continue to address that. With respect to your question about, I think this is a really, really serious issue, and it's easy to think about it through our own personal experiences. We all went through it, and we all felt it quite differently. But we at ICS decided that we needed to have a really clear, dispassionate assessment of the impact of the pandemic on our seafarers. And in April 2022, working alongside the Hamburg School of Business and Administration, we published a report that was very much looking at the impact of COVID on shipping, seafarers, and maritime labor markets. I encourage you to read it. It's free of charge, available on the ICS website, and we would be happy to share it with the IMO Secretariat to pass on to participants if they so choose for us to do that. But more specifically, within that report, we looked at the regulatory responses to the pandemic. I think we've had some of the discussions around that. the impact of national public health policies implemented to mitigate the effects of the pandemic, and the effects on our ability as an industry to fulfill those SDG goals to which we and the rest of the global community agreed to take on through the UN. But I think it's not all doom and gloom. We are already implementing some of those lessons learned from the pandemic. And here I have to take you back to Geneva again. We met in April last year for the Special Tripartite Committee review on the MLC, so SDC4, met in Geneva, where we did look as a part of the main focus of the meeting was very much the impact of COVID-19 on those key workers that are seafarers. So we agreed, for example, that we need appropriately sized personal protective equipment to suit any particular body type, and keeping in mind the increasing number of women on board as well, but not limited to that. I think everybody is different. It's just ensuring that we're able to cover for any body type, if you like. I think there was Mark Dickinson mentioned connectivity, and connectivity is an important element of this, and we included a provision about social connectivity and the requirements for ship owners to provide that, and for states to provide internet access in their ports as well. But we are seeing, and I can give you one example, for example, Anglo-Eastern, which has committed to include internet on board, I think up to 200 vessels, maybe a little bit more than that by the end of this year. So that is very much the direction of travel. And if I go into 2019, I think it was, Guy, ourselves and EXA produced a survey of our members, and really the direction of travel even within our membership is that, look, provided internet connectivity on board, not only does it have social benefits to it, but it actually also means that we're able to compete better with these other industries that we've been talking about earlier. Yes, there are concerns about isolation and so on, but I think we as an industry are capable and willing to address those issues head on. So those are some of the positive things that we're already building off from what happened with the pandemic. But something that I think we might not speak about much within the industry, at least not yet, it's Disease X. I don't know how many people are familiar with Disease X. I'm not terribly familiar with it, I'll be completely honest. But it's something that is starting to be discussed within the health authority circles about the next agent that will potentially create mass illness similar to COVID or a regional one or something. And WHO noted in a statement last year, and I'll quote, "Disease X is used to indicate an unknown pathogen that could cause a serious international pandemic," and here I'll add, "or international public health emergency." So I think we all understand that there is a clear and present danger that another pandemic could be around the corner. And I think in her closing remarks in the previous panel, Corinne Varga of ILO, who moderated that panel, urged us all not to forget the lessons of the pandemic. So to Corinne, wherever you are in the room, I'm sure you are here somewhere, let me say that we hear you, and you actually teed me up quite nicely to drop a shameless plug on the ICS pandemic planner, which is on the way. We intend to publish that next year. And what this pandemic planner is very much a compendium of all of the different guidance material that we produced during the pandemic. How can we leverage all of that to make sure that we as a sector are leveraging to the fullest extent possible and getting ourselves prepared for Disease X, if you like. So we very much look forward to sharing a copy of it with IMO and with ILO as well when those come out.
I must thank you, because we are really running out of time. I'm very, very sorry.
Yeah, if I can just make one comment, if you don't mind, and I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about this. We participated in this joint action group to review the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the world's transport workers. And that's something that we were very proud of. Myself and Guy were alongside Natalie Shaw, were part of those meetings of this group, led by the likes of the International Labour Organization and the International Maritime Organization and the WHO as well. We fully support all the recommendations that came out of that work, but the one thing that we must signpost here is that the work that is ongoing at the WHO to learn, to bake in those lessons learned, they are not really considering seafarers in a meaningful way. So it's our collective responsibilities as governments, as employers, as unions, to make sure that the work that is going on at WHO is informed by the work that we are doing in this building and beyond. Sorry for taking.
Thank you very much for this insights. And let me finish with coming back to Jonathan about what are the developments for the future. And Jonathan, please, 1 minute, if I may.
1 minute, not giving me too much time, but I think the industry saw during the pandemic the resilience of seafarers, but at the same time, seafarers paid a heavy price during the pandemic for the experiences that they faced, and unfortunately, there are places in the industry where lessons has been learned, and there are places in the industry where lessons have not been. And I think for one of the indicators of that is we continue to see a rise in abandonment cases. This year, I think we are set to breach 100 cases of abandonment again, which means to me that there has not been significant action from states to try and reduce this or to place sanctions on those ship owners who are abandoning seafarers. Now, I'm sure there's it's present company excluded from in terms of ship owners, but this is still a major issue at sea, and it is still a big problem that needs to be addressed. I think the states and the ICS and the ITF certainly saw some lessons to take away, and we put those into action in the amendments that we made to the Maritime Labour Convention in 2022, dealing with, as Helio mentioned, better provision of PPE, dealing with better access to shore-based medical care, dealing with the ability to repatriate remains of seafarers, but also we introduced an amendment that would help to record deaths at sea, which I think is a massive factor in reducing the sea blindness that I think was mentioned by some of our earlier speakers, and which to me is a key factor in being able to measure problems and address them properly in the future. On top of that, we saw that human rights due diligence was a factor that worked, and that's something that the ITF has expanded on. So I think there's the lessons are certainly there, and I think we've heard them espoused by some of the other speakers here. But I think from my perspective at least, I still wait to see them be implemented, and I think we have heard about bad actors in the maritime industry, and we still wait to see what is going to be done to root those out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for that. And unfortunately, we are very much running out of time. So let me conclude this session by saying that we've all heard that the international cooperation and communication and involving all stakeholders is crucial when addressing situations of a pandemic, and that the pandemic cannot be an excuse for violation of seafarers' rights. And in this context, I would like to mention the resolution, the draft resolution that was approved by the Maritime Safety Committee this year, and it will be submitted to our Assembly, and it will be adopted by our Assembly later this year. This resolution emanates from the UN Joint Action Group to review the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the world's transport workers and the global supply chain. It is a very important resolution, and I would like to turn the attention of Member States delegates here to really support it when it comes to the adoption at the Assembly. And to really conclude, I think it is very, very evident that we must all work together, but not only at IMO and ILO. We know how well we are working together, but also at WHO to support the recognition of transport workers in global health regulations. This is very important, and I would like to appeal to member states and other organizations who are present at WHO to also turn the attention of that organization to the importance of transport workers in general and seafarers in particular. Thank you very much for your attention, and we are now moving to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. So if we could ask the panelists for 2.1, the key ILO and IMO conventions for the fishing sector, opportunities and challenges. After this session, we will be breaking for lunch to give you some enthusiasm. So this session will be moderated by Mrs. Heike Degum, who is the Director of the Maritime Safety Division here at IMO. Thank you, Heike.
We are ready, Tamara. Oh, okay. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this panel will deal with a very special kind of seafarers, and that is fishermen. It is a great pleasure for me to moderate this panel entitled ILO and IMO Conventions for the Fishing Sector, Opportunities and Challenges. As the granddaughter and sister in a family of fishermen, I'm taking a very special personal interest in the subject matter of this panel. And to set us off and set the scene, we have a little video for you. It is an interview with an Indonesian fishing vessel captain that has been made available by the government of Indonesia for us, and I will try to show it now.
Nelayan Indonesia, baik tradisional maupun modern, merupakan penjaga kehidupan dan sumber daya laut Indonesia dengan melakukan praktik-praktik perikanan yang legal dan sesuai dengan konvensi internasional.
Nama saya Daryudi, Nakoda KM Jimmy Wijaya 3.
Nelayan Indonesia, baik tradisional maupun modern, merupakan penjaga kehidupan dan sumber daya laut Indonesia dengan melakukan praktik-praktik perikanan yang legal dan sesuai dengan konvensi internasional.
Nama saya Daryudi, nakoda KM Jimmy Wijaya 3. Sebenarnya sih pemerintah sudah mensyaratkan dasar-dasar keselamatan, cara pengoperasian alat tangkap dan penanganan hasil tangkapan macam nakoda ya harus memiliki ankapin, KKM harus memiliki adkapin begitu Bu. Ada perjanjian kerja semua Bu. Dokumen yang dibutuhkan oleh awak kapal yaitu 1 BST, kedua buku pelaut, ankapin bila nakoda, KKM itu harus pakai adkapin gitu Bu. Saya tidak bergabung dalam serikat pekerja karena kurang pas di pemikiran saya, Pak. Dalam hal ini, kalau ada sengketa antara pemilik kapal dan awak kapal, biasanya KKP sudah memberikan ruang untuk mediasi atau musyawarah secara kekeluargaan. Akomodasi kapal perikanan itu ya, kalau macam di kapal itu, kalau macam WC ya cuma adanya begitu. Kalau kamar tidur ya kita tetap pakai pendingin ruangan, ada bantal, juga ada pembagian selimut gitu. Kalau jam kerja di nelayan ini Bu ya, nggak tentu Bu, kadang ada kerja malam, kadang ada kerja siang gitu, nggak tepat waktu. Mau siang, mau malam, oke, siap, begitu. Kalau sistem perekrutan biasanya pada umumnya nakoda sendiri yang mencari atau yang merekrut ABK tersebut. Tidak. Kenapa tuh Pak? Soalnya kalau melalui agen kadang-kala orangnya nggak jelas asal-usulnya, tahu-tahu nanti pas bekerja nggak cocok, nantinya jadi keributan. Itu yang kayak kita hindari begitu Bu. Peraturan dalam ini pemerintah sebenarnya sudah memberikan peraturan, tapi kayaknya ABK-nya sih kurang ada sebagian belum mengerti peraturan itu. Jadi kita sebagai nakoda harus memberi cara-cara kerja begini, ngatur cara kerja ya harus nakoda sendiri yang harus memberi pengarahan begitu Bu.
Thank you very much for showing this. This gives us a first impression on what the problems in fishing and in fishing industry may be. I have with me a very eminent panel here. I have, in no particular order, Shave Kuchugildis from the IMO Secretariat. He is in charge of the fishing vessel safety portfolio. We have Luz Bas, the ITF coordinator and ship inspector in Spain. We have Brand Wagner, the ILO head of transport and maritime sectors unit. We have Ment van der Swan, Europesh spokesperson in the EU Sectoral Social Dialogue Committee on Sea Fisheries. And last but not least, to my other side, we have Selwyn Bailey, a fishing safety specialist at the fishing unit of the South African Maritime Safety Authority. Now, the number of seafarers serving on merchant ships internationally is estimated to be around 1.9 million. The numbers of fishers in the world is estimated to be around 40 million. And while we have ILO instruments in force that address the safety of fishing vessels, like, for instance, the C-188 Convention, about which Brandt will inform us in a bit more detail in a minute, there is nothing in force that addresses the technical safety of fishing vessels. And the fishing industry, as probably all of you are aware, has not a very good safety record. It has been more than 45 years since the Torremolinos International Convention for the Safety of Fishing Vessels was adopted in 1977. It's still not in force. We have, in the meantime, tried several legal vehicles to bring the convention into force eventually, the last attempt being the Cape Town Agreement that was adopted in 2012 in South Africa at a diplomatic conference. We are now getting close to meeting all the entry into force conditions, but we are not there yet. And this is 2023, so this situation is really serious. This brings me to the first question, and that is for Chara, who will inform us in a bit more detail about the 2012 Cape Town Agreement, what it does, and how it relates to decent working conditions on fishing vessels, and also what the current status of ratification is and what the outlook is for it to finally entering into force. Chara, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Good afternoon to all. The Cape Town Agreement provides standards on the design, construction, and equipment of fishing vessels of 24 meters and above. Thereby, it provides safety for the vessel's crew as well as the observers on board. In the meantime, it provides a level playing field for the industry. The agreement, as you've just mentioned, is a culmination of efforts since 1977 with the adoption of the Torremolinos Convention, and later on it was modified to help the entry into force in 1993 by the Torremolinos Protocol, but again, due to legal and technical difficulties, this couldn't happen, and the agreement is the final attempt, but this time around we are extremely hopeful for the entry into force. The agreement has 10 chapters covering many issues, just as the SOLAS Convention, about the stability, seaworthiness, life-saving appliances, firefighting drills, and others as well. It applies to both new and existing vessels of 24 meters and above. It mostly applies to large new fishing vessels. For the existing vessels, the agreement provides some flexibility provisions for the implementing administrations. The first one is the gradual implementation. The administrations have 5 to 10 years to implement certain provisions of the agreement on a gradual basis for the existing vessels. And also another tool we have for facilitating its implementation is that the administration has the right to exempt any requirement for any fishing vessels, provided that the vessels do not operate outside the EEZ. As we all know, SOLAS and the associated instruments provide a certain level of safety, but the safety for fishing vessels is unfortunately hasn't been met yet. Regarding the relevance with the decent working and living conditions of fishers on board, I would say the reports provided by FAO and ILO have showed us that there's a strong correlation between the safety of fishing vessels and decent living and working conditions, as well as any involvement in the IUU fishing practices. Unfortunately, substandard vessels are likely to get involved in the IUU fishing practices with poor working and living conditions of seafarers. That's why, in conclusion, I would also use the same analogy that we have been using for a while, that the safe and sustainable fisheries is like a temple. Currently, this temple stands on 3 pillars. These are the SCCWF Convention, which has been recently revised, and it is yet to be adopted at MSC 108 in May next year, Maritime Safety Committee of IMO. The other pillar is the Convention 188 of ILO, which will be talked about very shortly. The other pillar is the FAO's PSMA, Port State Control Measures Agreement. The only missing pillar is the Cape Town Agreement, and that's why we are here. If I can continue about the status of the agreement.
Yes, Chair, please,
yes.
Briefly the status and
Yes.
the entry into force conditions.
Yeah. So there are 2 criteria needed for the entry into force. The first one has been met very recently. We have 22 member states proudly, after all the attempts made with the collaboration of all UN entities and public-private stakeholders. The other criterion is the number of fishing vessels operating on the high seas, which is 3,600, and currently we have 2,600, so we are short of 1,000 vessels. But we are very hopeful that more and more member states will declare their accessions very soon. Some of them have already indicated their plans to announce this during the assembly by the end of the year. And also the agreement has provisions about no more favorable treatment. That means even if your state is not a party to the agreement, your ships, your vessels, when they go to the other ports of the parties, then you have to comply with the provisions. And this makes you think that you have to also ratify the agreement. And this will bring in more players and more parties to the agreement. For those states planning to accede to the agreement, we have been providing a number of tools. I can begin with the Fishing Safety Portal, which is accessible on IMO's public website. And this provides a comprehensive resources of information and materials to download and watch. Another one is that we hold bilateral consultations with the requesting member states, which yielded positive results. They can ask their questions on the legal and technical side, and we bring in most prominent experts from around the world to these consultations. Another tool we have is that the IMO, in collaboration with FAO and ILO partners and also other observers like the Pew Charitable Trusts, we have been organizing seminars and webinars all around the world. And I also should thank Mr. Brand Wagner. He was also a very keen supporter of these activities that we held together. And another attempt we have been making for the promotion of the agreement is that the subcommittee on implementation of IMO instruments of IMO has been working on a draft implementation guidelines. These guidelines are mainly drafted for the states planning to accede to the agreement. So the guidelines will be finalized in July, hopefully next year. And I must also emphasize that the UN organizations, FAO, ILO, and IMO have developed joint publications, non-military guidance for even smaller size of ships below 24 meters. It also covers training standards, construction standards, and others. So in conclusion, we have been trying very hard for the last step, which is the entry into force. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That gave us a good overview of what the status currently is with the entry into force of the Cape Town Agreement and what the main contents of the agreement are. It is, of course, clear that should it enter into force, hopefully soon, we will have to have a look at it in detail. It needs to be revised. It's completely out of date since it refers back to the 1977 convention. However, you also highlighted, and that was very useful, the cooperation between the UN agencies involved in fishing vessel safety, in particular ILO and FAO. And I now hand over to Brand Wagner to inform us what ILO is doing to ensure the safety of people working in the fishing sector through its conventions and how they are working on improving those conditions. Brand, please.
Thanks, Heike. You know, we're at a conference on work at sea, and if we listen to the numbers you've said, and that's the same numbers we have, I mean, basically the vast majority of people working at sea are fishers. I think you said 39 million people in the sector. We estimate about 15 million fishers working full-time on fishing vessels, and most of those vessels are under 24 meters in length. And before I say some of the challenges in fishing, we have to remember that fishing does provide us one of the best sources of food. Most fishing vessel operators operate vessels very well. And there's a lot of good in the industry, but there are challenges. First, in terms of the hazardous nature of it, if we look at it as an occupation, even compared to shipping, the fatality rate is very high. We've looked at figures between tens of thousands, and I think many of you have seen a report recently where the figures are as high as 100,000 deaths every year in the sector. And that's also including the smaller vessels. So it's a serious issue. In terms of similarities with the shipping industry, I mean, a lot of people here are coming from the shipping side. Well, obviously it's the marine environment. We're working on vessels. Crews spend long periods at sea, away from public scrutiny. The fishing vessel is not only just the workplace, it's also the home of a person at sea. And there are a lot of complexities in the way the industry works, including a lot of migrant labor. And that migrant labor is not just distant water vessels, but even in coastal states. Right here in the United Kingdom, there's a lot of migrant fishers. If we look at some of the differences with shipping, well, fishers are often paid on the basis of the share of the sale of the catch, which is different. From a labor perspective, that's different. Many don't have work agreements, or their work agreements are unclear, or they can't understand them. There's a lot less unionization. And we have, unfortunately, a lot of serious problems like forced labor and child labor. ILO estimates there are approximately 128,000 fishers working on vessels in conditions of forced labor. National laws and regulations governing fishers can be tricky. Sometimes they're very unclear. Sometimes fishers are considered seafarers. Sometimes they're considered fishers. Sometimes they fall through the cracks in national legislation. Enforcement, inspection of fishing vessels is very limited, mostly due to resources. Coordination among authorities is a challenge, because we're not just talking about labor authorities and maritime administrations, but also fisheries agencies. This is a challenge everywhere, in almost every government. Fortunately, there's a lot of increased attention on these problems by governments, by consumers, by retailers, by the media, advocacy groups, trade unions, and fishing vessel owners themselves who want to clean up a lot of this. We've had increased attention by coastal states who are looking at bringing in the element of conditions of work into the way they grant licenses to fish. And we're looking at regional fisheries management organizations and others that are looking at fisheries management, and they're interested in this as well. So for the ILO, if I look quickly back at the ILO's history in this, the ILO has been doing and been involved in conditions of fishers since its founding. In the beginning, we've adopted 7 conventions and recommendations concerning the fishing sector, but we've actually adopted a lot of conventions for seafarers that applied to fishers or could apply to fishers. But when the Maritime Labor Convention was being developed, it was decided to exclude fishing vessels. So what does that do at the national level? So the ILO then went on the route of developing the Work in Fishing Convention. And I won't go into the details because of time, but it's the same sorts of issues that are covered in the Maritime Labor Convention. Everything from contracts to accommodation to medical care, occupational safety, health, etc. It's just a maybe less complex convention. It has flag, labor, and port state control provisions. It has a no more favorable treatment clause. It's been ratified by 21 states, as was said before. And the important thing about this convention is even when states don't ratify it, having this convention as a tool to stimulate national discussion on what laws protect seafarers has been fishers has been very important. There are lots of these discussions going around the world. At the same time we promote the convention, our Director General referred to fundamental principles and rights at work. And he referred to how they were denied to fishers. This is really true. A lot of fishers are working without fundamental principles and rights of work. They're not enjoying them. This includes particularly forced labor, as I mentioned before. So when we promote our fishing convention, we promote it together with our fundamental principles and rights at work, seeking to apply them in the sector. We have projects all over the world. I don't have time to mention them, but in Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America, Pacific states, where we're coordinating work, exchanging best practices. We are emphasizing always social dialogue. We want the voice of fishers and the voice of fishing vessel owners in the debate to establish the standards at the national level. The ILO's Committee of Experts on Application of Conventions and Recommendations has already reviewed 19 reports on the convention. And I said before that there's a lot of interest by others, regional fisheries management organizations, coastal states, et cetera. So what we're looking here in the end, just to close, because I know I'm running on time, is that we're looking to do the same sort of thing we've done in fishing that we've done for the MLC, for seafarers, for shipping. We have SOLAS in place. We have MLC in place. They both have wide ratification rates. We need to do the same thing in shipping, for fishing, sorry. We need to do the same thing. People talked about responsibility, moral responsibility. We have a moral responsibility to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bran. That was a very impressive presentation of the issues involved in fishing and why we urgently need to do something about it. Now, I have here with me Selvin from the South African Maritime Safety Authority. South Africa, of course, being the country where the Cape Town Agreement was adopted in 2012, but South Africa also being very straightforward in applying its provisions and having started implementing the agreement already ahead of its entry into force. And we would like to hear, Selvin, how you coordinated this in South Africa internally to implement the provision and enforce both the Cape Town Agreement and also the Working and Fishing Convention, C118 of ILO, for South African flagged fishing vessels.
Okay, good afternoon, delegates. Just a correction, we have implemented C188 fully. We are in the process of implementing the Cape Town Agreement, not there yet. If I seem to be boasting about my country in my presentation, I apologize, but my presentation is about my country's efforts to implement C188 and what we've done with the Cape Town Agreement. So we ratified the convention, Work and Fishing Convention 2013. 2014, we did a gap analysis and we identified certain amendments that we needed to do in our Merchant Shipping Act, and certain of our regulations gave effect to some of the articles of the convention, and some of the articles of the convention we did not have a regulation for that, so we wrote 3 different sets of regulations. One includes the Cape Town Agreement. Then we set about implementing C188 with consultations with the social partners. We got buy-in from them. We had various stakeholder engagements. We have a national fishing forum that's attended by all social partners that discusses impending legislation, challenges to the fishing industry, and comes up with solutions. So by 2016, we have implemented a working flag state regime to give effect to the Work and Fishing Convention in South Africa. By the end of 2017, when the convention entered into force, we started to carry out port side control and inspections. So that is the work that we've done in terms of the Work and Fishing Convention. In terms of the Cape Town Agreement, we wanted to try to be one of the first to ratify, so we ratified it in 2012 because the name has changed to the Cape Town Agreement, and the Cape Town Agreement obviously gives us an opportunity to modernize our legislation because we were still using 1968 legislation in terms of construction and crew accommodation regulations. So what we have done, we've gone through the consultation phase with our ship owners in the fishing industry, our naval architects, our boat builders, and our operators, and we have buy-in with them. Our consultation period ended in July this year. So we wrote 2 sets of legislation, one for over 24-meter vessels and one for under 24-meter vessels. Those 2 sets of legislation has now been deposited to our Minister of Transport for promulgation. So we expect it to be promulgated somewhere early 2024. And then we will start doing flag state inspections. And we'll be ready for port state control inspections once it enters into force globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Selvin. I think with this you are at the forefront of the IMO member states doing something about fishing vessel safety. So we now had the perspective of both the international regulator, IMO, ILO, and FAO was also mentioned, And we had the perspective and efforts of a national regulator, in this case, the South African Maritime Safety Authority. What about the owners and operators? And my next question, therefore, goes to Ment. Ment, from the employer's perspective, which are the factors you think are influencing the low ratification rate of international instruments on fishing vessel safety, or fishing safety in general?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to be able to speak to you all, and I say hello to you all. It is a privilege to be here because usually the employers and the workers do not have a voice in this IMO building. So this is a unique situation, and I'm very happy that it is happening, and I hope it is being moved forward. It will not be the only time that we have a voice here. I will skip further any redundancy because we have such a limited time in speaking here. Why are the ratification rates so low? And I will read my list. I have a long list, but I think there are many reasons for not ratifying any fishing instrument. Fishing is perhaps considered a domestic activity rather than an international one. The legal system and legislative capacity of a country is perhaps problematic. The profitability of a country's fishing fleet is perhaps not enough for investments in improving safety at sea in its broad sense. Shipbuilding capacities of a country are perhaps not sufficient enough. The responsibility for fishing is perhaps divided among too many departments of an administration. And these departments could even be competing with each other on having a say about fishing. The scope of flexibility and the scope of an instrument is perhaps misunderstood. A legal position of migrant fishers is perhaps problematic and unfortunately problematic. Fishing vessel owners perhaps do not wish to change their method of fishing. Restrictions on fishing capacity, which is gross tonnage and propulsion power, perhaps limits a flag state's possibilities to ratify. Countries perhaps consider the instrument outdated, and we heard that the Torremolinos agreement was from 1977, and a lot has changed in techniques in the meantime. Fishing is perhaps considered less important for the economy of a country than shipping, thus forgetting the importance of food supply and food security. There are no trade implications for not implementing an instrument, especially where it relates to human rights and the fundamental principles and rights at work. And lastly, due to the EU's implementation of international instruments in its acquis, some member states may think that ratification of the instruments is not important anymore. So the last thing that I want to say is that social dialogue is of a very important issue when trying to ratify and implement an instrument. And the C-188 that was accepted by the ILO in 2007 was the proof that social dialogue really works. And I hope that governments will understand this. In the EU, we see rather something that goes back. It restricts social dialogue instead of promoting it at the moment by not making social dialogue as important as it should be anymore. So this is what I wanted to say, and I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Thank you very much, Mend, and thank you for keeping it short, although this is a very substantial and very long list of issues that need to be addressed. And yeah, I just hope that the Cape Town Agreement finally enters into force, hopefully maybe next year or the year after, so that we can then start working on all these issues and address them from the beginning. And last but not least, we have Luz here. Luz is an ITF inspector, regularly inspects fishing vessels in Spain. Spain has just ratified the Cape Town Agreement and also the C-188 Convention of ILO. And Luz, just to give you the opportunity to tell us what you have seen on board fishing vessels in relation to safety, labor conditions, living conditions, and so on.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. This morning, Steve Cotton from the ITF said that it was an historical moment, and I think that it is, because it's not the first time I'm sitting with some of the panelists, Ment and Brandt, and me have been together talking about the need to ratify and implement the instruments. But in some other forums, let's say we were at ILO meetings and even in the United Nations, but it's first time we are at the IMO. And I think that it's very important that fisheries are here as well, because we are in a different scenario, let's say we're at a different level. We are still talking about human rights in the industry. Mark Dickinson said this morning, we want more. In the ITF, we want more. And indeed, we want more, but we still need the basic for the fishers worldwide. So, Heik, from the ITF inspector's point of view, because I normally work on the field, I'm not used to be engaged on these international meetings, so sometimes I'm not enough diplomatic because I see the reality. And as ITF inspectors, we are not visiting vessels to check the very good conditions. That means that we are normally on the worst side of the industry. That's why sometimes I'm a bit pessimist or I'm a bit aggressive when I talk. So just please understand that from the field, what I see normally is the worst scenario. I think that many of the things have been said already by my colleagues, because here we are talking about very basic safety issues. We are talking about people, workers that join a vessel, a ship, and they risk their lives. It's not just that there are not enough women in the industry. Of course, there are not women. It's not the matter that there is not enough protective personal equipment. There is nothing. There is no connectivity. Of course, they are not. But we are talking about basic human rights and basic human life safety. And that's something we need to emphasize. So normally we don't do routine inspections on fishing vessels yet from the ITF inspector's perspective, despite we are growing on the fisheries sector group and we are trained in a group of inspectors. Mostly we handle cases on the worst conditions. So we are used to see migrant fishers working in Europe as well, in the UK, as Brand was mentioning, in Spain, and they are treated like, sorry because it's not going to be very nice, but they are being treated like animals sometimes. I remember a case, I was dealing with a case with a Spanish ship owner, and he told me that there was not enough food on board, for instance, and he told me, Luz, we give them the food, but we also teach them how to eat. So it was a kind of pets for him. I need to be so clear when I speak, because I think we have a moment to make sure that this is changing. The lack of basic safety standards, the lack of enough food, the lack of enough fresh or drinking water is not the exception. Sometimes it's the rule. We were talking about the pandemic, and I was, as an ITF inspector, handling many cases during the pandemic. I faced seafarers working at sea for 20 months, but this was an exception, a dramatic exception. But in the fishing industry, I've seen sometimes they don't have even employment contracts in writing, but I've seen in writing 18 months on board in the contract. I've came across cases where seafarers are employed by $150, $100, $1 by ton, but we never know how much tons were cut. So even from the inspector's point of view, it's difficult to calculate the back pay. I've been dealing with cases where the families, for instance, in Indonesia, they call the ITF asking us to find a relative because they knew that they came to Spain or any port in Europe to join a vessel, but they lost the possibility to find the inspector, sorry, the seafarer, the fisher. I would like to just to finalize to call your attention and make sure that this is not something that passed years ago or very far away from here, because we are eating fish every day, so it's totally linked to us. There was a case recently in Spain, the worst vessel I've seen in my 18 years in the ITF and my former experience at sea. It was an older lady, an older vessel, fishing vessel than myself, with 20 crew members from 6 different nationalities. And it was so substandard that the first thing I realized that was when I received the call from fishers was that the ship could go nowhere. And thanks to the collaboration and cooperation with the Spanish maritime authorities, the vessel was detained in Spain. But it was very difficult because we had no any instrument. On the cargo vessels, on the shipping industry, I'm used to deal with abandonment cases as well. But at least now, since 2013, we have the MLC, and at least in the shipping industry, we have SOLAS ratified by 99% of the industry, STCW as well, MARPOL, but we don't have the instruments in the fishing industry. It was thanks to the goodwill of the Spanish maritime authorities and the Port State Control Inspector that he managed to apply the Chapter 5 of SOLAS, because it was the real basic navigation minimums, no lights, or no navigation lights, no radar, no life jackets. It was appalling, but this vessel came from Argentina to Vigo in the northwest of Spain, sailing. So at that time, it was a very good example to say that where there is enough will, we can take some action. Even without the ILO 188, which is ratified but not yet in force, and even without the Cape Town Agreement, which Spain ratified as well, we managed to detain the vessel because it was putting their lives on board at risk, but as well the lives of other people sailing in the area. So the partnership, we have been working together because I think there is no any other way to move forward. I always say the ship owners in the fishing industry, we are not opposite like we normally are, pretending to get more, as Mark was saying. We are pursuing the basic. But we are on the same boat because we have to eliminate the unfair competition as well. Of course, not all the fishing vessels are very bad, but there are many. There are many fishermen risking their lives. So we need to eliminate this illegal fishing and illegal competition. So ILO 188 is just 21 ratifications, MLC is 104, and I finish. Cape Town Agreement is just 22, and the SOLAS is 99%. We do need the instruments, and I think that in the fishing, there is a very good partnership between FIO, ILO, and IMO, and a big effort has been done by the governments as well to guarantee the sustainability from the ocean perspective, from the resources, but not for the human beings. So it's time we start to think about fishers as human beings and a complete global sustainability in this industry. It's very important for us all to think about the future now. Then it's going to be too late because many other fishers will die at sea again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luz, for this quite harrowing description of the circumstances on fishing vessels, which just strengthens the impression we wanted to give to all of you on how urgent it really is that something is being done there. And we really need to get to grips with this. And now, as you say, there would be many more questions to ask the panelists here, for which we now do not have the time. However, they will all be here in the conference, so if you have any direct question, please go and ask them. I'll give the floor for one question from the audience. I'm really sorry, but we do not have much more time. The Philippines, please.
Thank you so much, and still good morning to everyone. Well, the Philippines is known for having the most number of seafarers that are deployed in many parts of the globe. But we do have a share of fishers. And one of the challenges that we are facing now is ensuring the protection of their rights and promotion of their welfare. Since this morning, we have been discussing about partnership, collaboration, international cooperation. We think that one manifestation of that international cooperation and partnership among stakeholders is ensuring the full implementation of ILO 188. And of course, in ensuring the improvement of health and safety of all fishers in all fishing vessels. And we also would like to stress upon the importance of full enforcement of these standards, and there has to be regularity in terms of inspection of these fishing vessels. And one very crucial point that we would like to point out is the kind of visas that are issued to fishers that probably make them vulnerable to abuses that have been mentioned, or that were mentioned earlier. And I think the transit visa, we have to do something about the transit visa. And it is I think at this point it is very important that we all have to work together, having a more transparent, more appropriate visas for our migrant fishers that will ensure the protection of their rights and their welfare. So these are the things that I think if there's one collaboration that will come out of this session is working towards this. And we would like also to point out the initiatives of the Philippines right now. We are working into the ratification of ILO 188 and, of course, the customization of standard employment contracts for migrant fishers, because we know that what we have in the usual employment contracts now do not capture the peculiarities of the fishing industries and the current concerns of the migrant fishers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Philippines, for raising these issues and giving us the overview of what's going on in the Philippines. It's not so much a question, it's a comment, but it just rounds the picture that we had from the presentations of the panelists here, adding one more to Ben's list, which is visa issues, which we haven't really considered so far. So let me just closing by saying that as we all know, fishing is vital for global food security. I'm just strengthening, repeating again the figures, 1.9 million seafarers versus, as ILO said, about 15 million active fishers that go to sea. And that clearly shows that something needs to be done. Fishing has the highest fatality rate of any professions in the world, and the figures were also mentioned here. We have assistance from ILO available, as Chava also pointed out. We have a technical cooperation program, so if any country is interested in having assistance bringing these instruments, IMO, ILO, FAO instruments into force, please approach us and we will guide you to the right place to talk about this. And yeah, just to say, as long as the instruments are not in force, not much can be done about inspections and detecting cases like highlighted by Luz here. So in detail. Port State control can only come in once the instruments are in force, and that's why we need to do all we can to actually bring them into force as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a break for lunch. If you've not been to IMO before, the cafeteria is up on the 4th floor. The lifts are out as you come to the right. I know in the programme it said we would resume at 2:30. However, we're going to resume at 2:15. So if you could make sure you are back by 2:15, and we'll start with session point 2.2 this afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
warm greetings to all. My apologies for not making it to this joint IMO-ILO worker
So, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, we'll just be. So, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Hope you've come back online as well. So we're going to start off this afternoon with session 2.2, which is Maritime Regulatory Framework and Enforcement. What else is needed? This will be moderated by Mr. Stuart Inglis, who is representing the Swiss Shipowners Association in the ICS Labour Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. I'm very pleased to be moderating this final session. I spent many years sitting in the back rows here representing industry, and who would have thought that all it took was to volunteer to moderate a session on enforcement after lunch at a conference. So, this panel, as Tamara said, is on the maritime regulatory framework applicable to living and working at sea, and specifically its enforcement. And to set the scene for this set of panelists, we will actually start with a short video on abandonment, prepared by the IMO Secretariat. It's shocking and unacceptable, and there's clearly no room for that in our industry. Fortunately, it seems he was ultimately repatriated, and we do have provisions now in the MLC to promptly deal with these situations. But getting right to it and to hear how these situations are addressed and the applicable regulations, mechanisms, and the role of the IMO in this regard, Mr. de Boer, you are the Senior Legal Officer in the Legal Affairs and External Relations Division of the IMO. Please, could you explain how the maritime regulatory framework relevant to seafarers and its enforcement has developed, some of the areas of collaboration between IMO and ILO in that space, and also the foundation for all of this under UNCLOS, the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. Mr. de Boer.
Well, thank you, Mr. English, and yeah, good afternoon to all distinguished participants. To start with the last part of your question first, it's paramount for the implementation of not only IMO regulations, but with international instruments relating to maritime issues in general, that Article 94 of the Law of the Sea, the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention, states that every state shall effectively exercise its jurisdictions and control in administrative, technical, and social matters over ships flying its flag. And every state shall take such measures for ships flying its ship are necessary to ensure safety at sea with regard inter alia to the manning of ships, labor conditions, and the training of crew. For that, all international instruments should be taken into account. And this is actually stipulated in the Law of the Sea Convention and the constitution for our work here at IMO, but also further, also for ILO. And actually, the reference there to international instruments is no doubt all IMO shipping and rules and standards. And the implementation and enforcement of these instruments concerning construction, equipment, seaworthiness, and also manning relies primarily on the exercise of flag state jurisdiction. And irrespective of where ships are sailing, that has also been made out. Further, and that's also quite important, there are IMO instruments that are dealing with control by port states to ensure actually that foreign ships do comply with these international standards. So that's part of the international context of the Law of the Sea. And when it then comes to the welfare system that we have developed by many instruments together in joint working groups with ILO, is actually, first of all, the Maritime Labour Convention. It's the fourth pillar as being mentioned by Mr. The Director General of ILO this morning, Mr. Hongbu, that actually the MLC is the fourth pillar. And actually the philosophy behind this is that all regulations of IMO dealing with SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW can actually not be rightly performed if the crew is not fit for purpose. So that's why the Maritime Labour Convention is so important. And then together with ILO in joint groups, we have established guidelines dealing with liability and compensation regarding claims for personal injuries and causes of death. That was in 2001. Also guidelines related to financial security in case of abandonment from the same year. You can see that abandonment is quite high on the agenda of both ILO and IMO. In 2006, guidelines on fair treatment were being established actually in the aftermath of an environmental disaster in Pakistan with the Tasman Spirit. And last but not least, last year in a joint ILO-IMO tripartite working group dealing with human element and seafarer issues, we made further progress dealing with seafarer abandonment cases. I want to shortly introduce somewhat about abandonment. We have just seen the movie, and actually our work in IMO and ILO is dealing with abandonment cases. Abandonment is characterized if there's a severance of ties between ship owners and seafarers. That can not only relate to that there is no timely repatriation, but also when there is a not timely remuneration being paid, and also when there are basic necessities of life, adequate food, accommodation, medical care are not being provided. And actually already in the early stages of the joint work with ILO, a database was established, and a database actually came already in existence in 2004. And meanwhile, on the basis of the earlier established work on the guidelines in 2001, in 2014, very important amendments were being adopted to the Maritime Labour Convention, actually introducing compulsory insurance, not only for repatriation and for abandonment, but also for crew claims relating to death and personal injuries. In 2022, last year, further refinement actually was being made because the cases of abandonment do not go away. On the contrary, and I wanted to show you that in an update, if I may ask Amadeu to show you actually how cases of abandonment are being reported over the years. Because in 2012 to 2016, we had reasonably low numbers of 12 to 19 incidents. After the entry into force of the 2014 amendments, introducing compulsory insurance, there was quite a spike of cases being reported. In 2017, we had 55 cases to be reported. In 2018, the number was 44, 2019, 40. But then in 2020, during the year of the COVID pandemic, we saw a steep increase to 85 cases. It's not sure whether this can also all related directly to COVID, but certainly there was a causal effect. But it didn't go away after the COVID, because in 2021, again, a high number of cases were being reported, 95 cases. And then in last year, 116 new cases were being reported, which was actually alarmingly just passing the previous year's record. It was more than 100. And also this year, we see that 102 cases have already been reported. And you may imagine that these are ships. So in each and every ship, there are more than 10 crew, more or less, being abandoned. So we have had over last year 1,800 seafarers actually being abandoned, and this year it will be the same. And then to imagine that half of the reported cases have no obligatory financial guarantee, we see that the situation is not very positive. But we have, of course, the system actually to work on that. And for that, we have actually the work done in the working group last year, and providing for better procedures of coordination between flag states and the port states, and also actually to look further into the issue. And it's also on the agenda of the IMO Legal Committee to consider a task force actually dealing with further refinements of the abandonment database. I hope to have given you some overview of the work that we have done so far.
Yes, thank you, Mr. de Boer, and thank you for setting out the framework and then also providing some details on the IMO's work and related to such issues as abandonment, and providing an overview of the statistics. I think I'll now turn to your colleague, Mr. Ismael Cobos Delgado. You are the Deputy Director of the Subdivision of Operational Safety and Human Element in the Maritime Safety Division at IMO. Perhaps, pivoting on from some of IMO's specific work on abandonment, could you please outline the current work of the IMO Secretariat in general and related to seafarers and the human element? Thank you. Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Stewart, and good day to all. Well, current and future trends, developments, and challenges are affecting the work of IMO. These developments include new technologies, big data, artificial intelligence, and robotics, and also the availability of new energy sources. but there is a strong need to balance the benefits of these new technologies and developments with safety and security concerns, and their impact on the environment and, of course, on people, and particularly on maritime professionals. Well, we all know that the single biggest challenge we are all facing is climate change, and we cannot underestimate its impact on technological developments in shipping and the human element. Well, following the adoption of the initial strategy for decarbonization 5 years ago, IMO has adopted the 2023 Greenhouse Gas Strategy. To support this strategy, the Maritime Safety Committee will conduct an assessment of instruments to identify any safety issues that may arise due to the implementation of greenhouse gas measures. In the fields of digitalization and automation, well, these are not new notions in IMO. There are already many systems on board ships that use digital technologies and automation. Matters such as autonomous ships, e-navigation, digital navigational data system, this is NAVDAT, and digital use of VHF communications are coming. As a consequence of all these anticipated changes, we have to ensure the safety and health of the maritime workforce. And IMO is taking proactive action to prepare the sea professionals. Evidence of this proactivity is the fact that the human element became a new strategic direction in the strategic plan of the organization 2 years ago, as mentioned by the Secretary General in his opening address. This proactive action also includes a number of actions and strands of work that I will summarize now. We have now completed this year the comprehensive review of the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification and Watchkeeping for fishing vessel personnel. We have tried to align the standards of the convention with the current state of the fishing industry, and hopefully will contribute to addressing the significant challenges of this sector. We have this year also initiated the comprehensive review of the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification and Watchkeeping for seafarers. And among the many things that we will have to address, we will need to conduct a careful analysis of the competences needed to respond to present and future developments. In partnership with ILO, we have 3 working groups. One is the tripartite working group to deal with seafarers issues and the human element. This group is going to meet next year, 2024, and will consider, among the many things that it will have to consider, draft provisions on bullying and harassment, including sexual assault and sexual harassment, for adoption next year at MSC 108, and this will be incorporated in the STCW Convention. We also have another working group with ILO on the medical examination guidelines for fishers, which will also meet in February 2024, and these provisions should support the amendments adopted on the STCWF Convention. And we have a group dealing with illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, that this involves not only ILO, but also FAO. And these are the main areas of work related to the partnership with ILO. We are also dealing with a project on the effectiveness and effective implementation of the ISM Code and related instruments. This was launched by the IMO Secretariat and should provide input to the Maritime Safety Committee for future regulatory action. This study is considering some key aspects of our regulations, such as manning provisions. One of the initial management actions taken by companies is the establishment of the ship's minimum safe manning with a submission of a proposal by the company to the flag state administration of the ship. These manning provisions, in its mandatory form, are reflected in general terms in Chapter 5 of SOLAS, the ISM Code, and the Maritime Labour Convention, but basically provide that administrations and companies have to ensure that their ships are appropriately manned in numbers and qualifications in order to encompass all aspects of maintaining safe operations on board. These mandatory provisions are supported by recommendatory guidelines on principles of minimum safe manning. These were adopted in 2011. Although these guidelines provide some useful principles to establish the manning of ships, there is no requirement to follow these principles, and there are no other guidelines to establish minimum manning on board ships. Well, to conclude, I would like to insist that IMO is facing significant challenges ahead, with quite well-defined goals, But we now have to continue working to design the path and the tools to be able to achieve these goals. And then we'll have to address the consequences of these radical changes, which are mainly linked with the human element in all its aspects, including skills and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cobos Delgado. Now, we just heard about new technologies and developments, and this whole room will be aware how fast they are moving at the moment and how these will be, taken into account in the upcoming review of the SDCW Convention and Code. And at the end, Mr. Delgado referred to the importance of how these developments might affect the manning of our ships. So I would now like to turn to Mr. Benito Nunes-Quintanilla to hear more about how these requirements on ships manning are implemented by a flag administration. And so I'd like to invite Mr. Benito Nunes-Quintanilla, the Director General of the Spanish Merchant Marine, to describe the Spanish procedures for this establishing the minimum safe manning of Spanish flagships. Mr. Quintanilla, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. English, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, first of all, thank the IMO Secretariat, together with the ILO, to have the timely idea and determination to organize this event, which is, I think, that it is a really important one. Well, when it comes to the setting of minimum safe manning for the point of view of a flag administration, well, I prepared a couple of slides to ease the following of my intervention. Well, in Spain, we simply follow the procedure which is in the Assembly resolution from 2011, which already mentioned Ismael, which starts by application made by the ship owner or the operator of the ship, in which the operator is proposing a minimum safe manning, stating the categories together with the number of posts on board, which will be in compliance with what the Assembly Resolution 1047 from the 27th Assembly states, especially with particular attention to what is referred in the point 1.1, which is the one which stated that of every element related with the safety on board should be considered when calculating, when setting this minimum safe manning. This proposal from the ship owner is considered and assessed in view of the documentation of the ship, or the documentation that has been provided. Main particulars of the ships, the duties on board, the work and rest hours on board, the distribution of tasks between the different crew members. If any gap is considered, is perceived in this documentation, well, there's a request for additional information from the ship owner, justifying those aspects that, in view of the initial documentation provided, are not in compliance with the Assembly documentation. And so far, excuse me if I'm going too fast, but I'm in a hurry, and I get to say. And so far, we've been only following, little surprise here, the steps that are being considered on the Assembly resolution from 2011. Apart from that, we pay special attention to the operational condition of the ships. This chat screenshot is not part of my presentation, sorry. We pay special attention to the actual condition of the ship, and especially to those operational conditions that has an implication on the adequate minimum safe manning requirements. So to be sure that this initial proposal and the documentation that has been provided by the ship owners can be trusted, we pay a visit to the ship. We visit with an inspection to the ship to check whether the minimum safe manning certificate and the documentation provided is aligned, is in compliance with each and every of the requisites being asked by the Assembly resolution dealing with minimum safe manning. And this is the process. I mean, this little surprise here is if you follow this Assembly resolution, these guidelines on the minimum safe manning, there's little room for maneuver here. This is stated clearly what it does. But still, and I'm going to act as the moderator for once, Stewart, you will excuse me. But I would like to show you some slides on, different minimum safe manning certificates from nearly identical ships we've been checking on. Olivia, if you don't mind, could you please? Okay, here you have it. Sorry, because I'm saying myself there. So, okay. These are, for nearly identical ships, different minimum safe manning screenshots taken from different administrations. And you can see easily that the numbers differ from one another. It is caused, first of all, by the different criteria being applied by flags when calculating the minimum safe manning for say, identical or nearly identical ships. In fact, some of these certificates are for twin ships. So we think that there's some room for improvement here within the guidelines, making it more prescriptive, more detailed in the way that the calculation of the minimum safe manning should be made, and also in making this not only a recommendation, but at least in certain points, making that mandatory, compulsory. And why? Because the minimum safe manning is, in practical terms, the standard being applied in the world fleet. You will surely find very few ships, at least from certain ship categories, which has a number of crew members exceeding those stated by the minimum safe manning certificate, which are considered and calculated with the minimum, let me stress that, which is required by the different conventions. Namely, the minimum from MLC, Maritime Labour Convention, which is a minimum, stating, I would like to remember that, 11 months of embarkment, and setting the not the maximum hours of work permitted by the minimum number of resting hours on board, which allows very stressing working days for seafarers. We've seen, and I could tell you different cases. Spain is the #1 country in the European Union for port calls. We are in the corner of Europe. We have traffic coming in and out of the Mediterranean Sea, eastern to western, and north to south, crossing the both facades of the Iberian Peninsula. And we have a lot of ships coming in. And we're facing more than, well, I don't know how to say that, but we're facing a number of incidents being related with fatigue crew, which is not acceptable. And minimum safe manning has a direct impact on the fatigue on board of crew members and also of the well-being of the crew. And I'm going to quote what Mr. Guy Platten from the ISC said, or what the Secretary General for the ITF said this morning. We need to attract young people to the maritime sector. For them to have some attraction for the maritime sector, we got to take seriously the well-being of crews on board vessels. And it is strictly related with the resting and working hours. And it is strictly and directly related with the minimum safe manning of ships, which in practical terms are the crew of the ships. Because you rarely, I insist on that, will see something different of a ships being operated with a strict MSM crew. So that is my message today. We should reflect, all of us, on the way we are performing as a whole maritime community on minimum safe manning, try to go ahead on that, and take seriously that this is something which is strictly related with something that we all recognize as a problem for the maritime sector, which is the lack of attractiveness for young people. And thank you very much for your attention, and I'm afraid I get to leave because I have a flight in a couple of hours. I'm so sorry for not staying with you for the rest of the intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes Quintanilla. Safe travels. But as he leaves the room, just maybe a small comment that it's very interesting to hear an administration advocate for more prescriptiveness, because those of you who are involved in IMO meetings are often aware that there's a preference these days for much more of a risk-based, goal-based approach to regulation. So it'll be very interesting what proposals Spain and other administrations that are identifying similar issues might bring to IMO in the coming months and years. Professor Leah Athanasiou, you are a professor of commercial and maritime law at the University of Athens in Greece, and since 2015 you are a member of the Committee of Experts on the Application of Conventions and Recommendations of the ILO. As a member of that Committee of Experts, could you provide us with an overview of the committee's work as the impartial and technical evaluators of the application of ILO conventions like the MLC, and why is this process so special, and how does it add value and support the MLC's implementation in practice? Professor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. I would like to start with some positive comments before discussing about what else is needed in that field. And positive comments imply to bring to your attention the horizontal, autonomous, but to a large extent unknown monitoring system of the ILO. And in the center of this monitoring system lies the Committee of Experts and two other tripartite bodies. Now, due to this time restriction, allow me to address this question in oral bullet points. First bullet point, what is this? The Committee of Experts is an independent, non-judicial, but still impartial body composed of 20 eminent, if I may say so, jurists coming from various geographical regions, from different legal cultures, appointed by the governing body directly for a term of 3 years. What do? They receive national reports on ILO conventions and on MLC. That means that the convention is not left to its own after ratification. Based on these reports, we take also into account the tremendous preparatory work made by the Department of Norms under the direction of Corinne Varga and the head of Maritime Unit, Beatrice Vaccotto. And it is important to acknowledge in this room that tremendous work, because human element is important not only on board, but also in UN offices. Once we receive these reports, we provide an impartial and independent technical evaluation on how these instruments are implemented, all ILO conventions, including MLC. We issue observations if they are a serious failure, or more often direct request is a kind of direct dialogue between the Committee of Experts and the national administration. And when it is needed, we proceed with general observations to address horizontal issues. And that was the case with the maximum time of service on board, 11 months, or with COVID-19, where we adopted the key workers definition, and also that helped the issuance of urgent letters from the Director General. And now, what is the added value? Third and last bullet point. What is the added value of these efforts? We have checked until now 159 national reports on MLC, plus 19 reports on fishing convention, as mentioned by Brandt. That means that almost all contracting states have been monitored. They have been monitored both in law and in practice. And we all know how difficult this is as an exercise, taking into account that MLC is both 37 conventions and 31 recommendations in only one instrument, and also regulated with articles, regulations, standards, and guidelines, including also the substantial equivalent provisions. This compliance is important. Why? Because all this invaluable database is either published in our report, annual report, or published online for direct request. It means that between national administration, it has created a so-called informal network that allows the one administration to take advantage of guidance provided to other administrations. So we are talking about a regulatory and legislative compliance with a quite uniform way. Of course, despite this considerable work, a lot of things still remain to be made and things to be pointed out based on our 10 years experience of that. I know that our time is limited, so if you give me the possibility later on, I will revert to that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, I am receiving notes from the Secretariat. But now I want to turn quickly to the seafarers representative on the panel, and maybe if I'm allowed to moderate again, I would have come to you first. But Natalia Yefremenko, you are an ITF inspector in Ukraine with MTWTU. Please, could you briefly explain the role of an ITF inspector, how you conduct your inspections and what you're inspecting for and against, and then maybe some examples of breaches or issues you're identifying in your work or with your members, please.
Good evening. ITF and ITF Inspectorate and ITF affiliates on daily basis receive a lot of complaints or queries or calls from the seafarers or families regarding to non-compliance, ship owners' non-compliance with national, international regulation and contractual obligation. So the role of ITF inspectors is just we have the legal right to visit the ships covered with ITF agreements. These agreements are just a result of long-term negotiation between ship owners and ITF affiliates on international and national level. So we have the document that allows us to come on board of such vessels, covered vessels, check the conditions, check whether they comply with what agreed or between the union, between the ITF and the ship owners, and if there is a complaint to take necessary steps to find the resolution and resolve the issues. I mean, again, in negotiation with the companies, if there is some cases which negotiation gives no fruit, so we have the right to involve other authorities like port state authorities, flag state authorities, etc. So this is why we are having, if there is a complaint received from non-covered vessel, non-covered with ITF agreement, so we still, as a labor and union representative inspectors, came on board and represent the right of those who claimed for assistance. So the seafarer has this right given this right on international regulation and national regulation. Also, some local requirements also provide the ITF inspectors, union inspectors, like labor inspectors, come on board and give a hand to the seafarers in need. So this is briefly about the role, how we work, and give a hand, by the way, in many cases, the port state control asking for assistance from the ITF inspectorate as an experienced one in labor and working conditions like wages calculations and knowledge about CBA, context of CBA, what it is, how it shall be elucidated and understand. So that is why, hand in hand, port state control and ITF inspectors come on board to provide more efficient, more detailed inspection and provide the seafarers with more just find the best way how to resolve the issue. Yeah. So about the example, so mainly, generally speaking, non-compliance, ship owners' non-compliance with national regulation standards, international labor standards, as well as the contractual obligation, is the main issues that we are dealing with. I mean, ITF Inspectorate, ITF affiliates. So, and if in details, telling in the details, so unpaid what we are dealing on daily basis, unpaid wages, underpaid wages, delays, short-term or long-term delays in wage payments, illegal deductions, for instance, sometimes just like when we are having the complaint, so we are checking properly whether this complaint is genuine, have the grounds, then we presented it to just starting negotiation with the ship owners regarding resolution, or if there is no result, so the flag state are involved and port state involved to give a hand in clarification. So repatriation, delays in repatriation, replacement. This issue was very crucial during the COVID time because many port states impose restriction as not only just the crew changes but also shore leave for the seafarers, which caused a lot of problems, psychological problems on board of the ship. And that time, still we are facing, there is complaints regarding delays in timely replacement whenever the maximum term is reached. I mean, agreed term reached. So far, we have complaints from the seafarers or their families regarding companies' delays or like failure to provide to the seafarer with earned leave ashore because he already what was agreed already worked, but the seafarer kept on board, referring to different excuses, but there is no excuses now, no restrictions like we have during COVID time. So, and there is always the period, the contract provides the period to the ship owners to have just find the substitute, proper substitute and convenient ports to arrange timely replacement and repatriation of the seafarer. What else we have? Sure, it is lots of claims regarding living and working conditions on board, delays or not insufficient provision of food, drinking water, calls regarding limitation usage technical water on board of the ship when the master just setting out like an order for the crew not to use more than such and such liters of water for technical washing or clothes or washing, shower, etc. So else what we have also regarding conditions as well, there is not a lot of calls, but still there is like personal protective equipment, which actually not a personal one, and overalls were out, just like when the seafarer not providing with the proper size of overalls, which also caused the problems for him to fulfilling his duties. Access, yeah, it's not only for young people, but also for the people, elder generation of seafarers, when they are not providing a proper communication ship to shore and access to internet. During COVID, it was very, very crucial for the crews because they had no ability to go ashore, just to relax and keep staying on board for months and months, even more than 12 months, and there is no proper leisure was set up on board of the ship. It also caused a lot of psychological issues, as if you might know that during COVID time, the number of suicide or attempts to suicide committed rising considerably. And it touched, these numbers touch young people, because it was like a lot of cases when we are dealt related to attempts of suicide or young people. We talk about minimum safe manning here. It affects a lot of issues, but also promotion the seafaring profession among the seafarers, because if there is insufficient, inadequate manning on board, so there is, for cadets, for instance, there is no time for mentoring of senior officer to take care about the young person, young officer or cadet, and it might cost like divert the cadet from he found himself or she found herself in a not friendly situation, which at the end of the contract or the training period on board costs just divert he or her or his attention and just from the seafaring looking for some job ashore. So the manic also affect these issues as well, because when you're coming on board as a young officer or cadet, you want to learn. And if the master chief engineer or officers are busy with fulfilling their duties and having excessive hours of work, they don't have the time to pay to the cadet or trainee or young officer. And it might cause also aggressive conditions on board as well, because if the person is tired, I mean, talking about mentor, if he is tired, he is not very welcome just to pay attention to a young person, and this like cause unfriendly situation as well. Lack of access to medical aid and treatment as well. There's still delays. During COVID, it was a crucial issue as well. But nowadays, still some companies misuse this radio medicine. Even the ship is coming into the port, they still there is a cases when they prefer to use radio medicine, but not arrange the visit to doctor.
Thank you.
There are lots of other issues, but...
Yes, yeah, but maybe if you allow me, Natalia. I suspect if we move to our final speaker, she may have identified some of the similar issues from their perspective, so apologies for the interruption. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it'd be interesting, I think, to hear the insights of an IMO and ILO member state that is both a port state and a flag state, with those obligations and responsibilities as a party to the MLC. We have Michelle Grech, who's the Manager of Vessel Operations at AMSA. If technology were, wow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Quickly, we just one question for you, Ms. Grech. What trends and issues is AMSA identifying in relation to the MLC during its PSC inspections? And then if you could put on the other hat. As a flag state as well, the same question, what issues are you seeing with regards to MLC ship's plan? Michelle, maybe you could mute, please. Michelle, if you could take off your headphones, please, or mute yourself, or do one, or then do the other, or both. Please go ahead, Michelle. Trends and issues, flag and port state, please. Thank you. There we go. Okay, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. I think probably to give a final word from our panel, Professor, if you'd like to give your reflections on maybe the way ahead for the industry stakeholders, the social partners, as well as flag and port states.
Thank
the
you,
MLC.
Chair. I will be really very brief, taking into account our 10 years of experience, and I will point it out again as bullets, some problematic issues. Each of them could make a separate conference. So, first is substance. We all agree that MLC is a minimum standard convention, so any country can do better, but as far as control is concerned, we need more clarification for the regime of recruiting and placement agencies, much important in various places of the world. Second, we have repeatedly clarified that seafarers' agreements need to be signed by the ship owner, the person who takes all liabilities and responsibilities of the code, not always respected. Third, we notice difficulties in practice for exercising the right to shore leave, a fundamental right, many difficulties during COVID, but a lot of them, they still remain. It is unacceptable. Next point, compulsory insurance. It is meant to be a very strong tool for the protection of seafarers. In many cases, information we receive that insurance policies are not in force. Last point in substance, further work to be done on social security issues, a field where a lot of work needs to be done. And now I'm coming to the enforcement issues. 4 points to be raised. First of all, although inspectors, they do an excellent job, we have the feeling that further awareness on MLC is required. For this, we would like to welcome the concentrated inspection campaign on MLC from Tokyo MOU and Paris MOU, and also the campaign organized by ATF to the same end. We have the impression that further awareness is necessary for seafarers themselves, because they need to raise their rights and, if necessary, to bring complaints. Third point, we are aware that IMO and ILO secretariats, they are exploring possibilities on how to further increase awareness by including mandatory training on MLC, perhaps to the next revision of IMO conventions. And last, but perhaps the most important points, seafarers and shipowners organizations, they are strongly invited to more actively participate in the monitoring system of the ILO by drawing attention to systematic issues of non-compliance with MLC. Your participation will be very useful in ensuring a better and substantial monitoring of these very important conventions. Thank you very much, Chair, for your patience.
Thank you, Professor. We've now run out of time, and I'm afraid we will not have an opportunity for a question and answer on this occasion. However, I would thank you for your kind attention and thank the panelists. I will very briefly, in 30 seconds or less, sum up the main points and conclusions from this panel from my notes. The pace of developments in our industry pose new challenges for IMO and ILO. We've heard that both organizations are working hard on these, whether it's new amendments to the MLC, the latest entering in force in December, and also a review of STCW convention is now getting underway. Our panel also discussed two very specific topics regarding the abandonment of seafarers. We heard about the current trends in that area, and there was a recommendation from the panel that these requirements should receive appropriate emphasis in the guidance and training of port state control officers. But port state control provisions, of course, in MLC are quite unique compared to the procedures on the same of IMO. So this requires some close attention. We also heard about sort of minimum safe manning reflections and experience of the Spanish administration and also from the IMO Secretariat on some of the work relevant to considering the provisions in its instruments on ships manning. So certainly an issue for all of us to take away with, and we look forward to, of course, Spain and other administrations maybe bringing these issues to IMO. Then our next panelists, Professor Athanasio and Natalia Yefremenko, they provided some insights into of the different observations they are seeing in their work, whether it's Natalia and her team and the ITF Inspectorate in the ports around the world, and then from the professor's very privileged position as a member of the Committee of Experts of the ILO, reviewing the Article 22 reports of the parties to the MLC. And I think those final bullet points, I think they were very eloquently described, so I hope all of you were able to take notes, but certainly very important advice from the professor on some important focuses for us in terms of MLC implementation, and finally, specifically related to its enforcement. I know it's a common conclusion, and I think the first two, if not all the panels this morning, also concluded that like this, but whenever we come together and discuss the latest issues in the industry, the conclusion, and rightfully so, is the need for just more collaboration and cooperation with the appropriate focus. So when it comes to the successful application and enforcement of international maritime labor standards and maritime regulations concerning seafarers of the IMO, it's important that there continues to be effective collaboration between all stakeholders, between flag states and port states, between the social partners, seafarers and their representatives, ship owners and their representatives, but also between the UN organizations relevant here, the IMO and the ILO. So this collaboration, in my view, and what we've heard from this panel and all the sessions this morning, that if we are going to continue to be the excellent global custodians of the regulatory framework we have, improve it and ensure it's fit for purpose and enforced to be the best it can be, then we still have some work to do, but I think certainly we have the tools and people here, many of whom are in this room and online, to do it. So I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you the best of the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to continue with our third session, number one, which is entitled Seafarers in a Digitalized and Automated Shipping Industry. So if I could ask the moderator and panelists to make their way to the podium. So the moderator for this session is Mr. Fabrizio Barcelona, who's the Assistant Section Secretary of Seafarers, Fishers and Inland Navigation of the Inland International Transport Workers Federation. So when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara, and good day to you all. Allow me to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to sit here amongst such a great panel. I think this is a mix of experience, knowledge, and above all, I'm sure that you all agree with me, they in their respective role enjoy the recognition of the maritime community for the contribution that they give to shipping. I feel that the time between now and the end of the session it's not important about what I'm saying, but to hear our panelists. And I'm also mindful that we stand between one other session and the luxurious drinking offer by the organizer. So we'll try to be as disciplined as possible. You'll be pleased to know that this session will have no individual question for the panelists, but we have asked them to reflect on the topic of this session and how the seafarers will navigate in the evolving shipping industry with the likely increase of digitalization and automation. However, before we do that, I think
we are lucky and privileged enough to have a statement, a message coming directly from the seafarers. After all, this session is about men and women that serve the shipping community out there. So Captain Memon, Rashida Memon, will address us here today. And before we hear from her, I'd like to mention that Captain Rashida not only is an accomplished seafarer, but also hold a couple of records, one of which that was the first woman to be nominated captain in India, and the second one was the first woman ever to be awarded by the Sea Bravery Award of the IMO. So I think that we are all pleased to hear what she will say to us today. Thank you.
Opportunity as a seafarer to talk about human element, be it in reduced workload due to automation. A warm greetings to all. My apologies for not making it to this joint IMO-ILO Work at Sea conference, that too on a very crucial topic. This is
If you could put your headphones on, then you'll be able to hear her.
A warm greetings to all. My apologies for not making it to this joint IMO-ILO Work at Sea conference, that too on a very crucial topic. This is because I am on board ship now. Thank you IMO for inviting me to this conference and giving me an opportunity as a seafarer to talk about human element. Be it in reduced workload due to automation or enhanced safety due to digitalization, there is no doubt in my mind that maritime operations have significantly impacted the working condition of seafarers on board, and yes, this is very closely linked with occupational health and safety in maritime industry. On the flip side though, the increased reliance on technology has led to reduced human interaction on board, and this can lead to feeling of isolation and loneliness among seafarers, potentially impacting their mental health. Add to it is the fact that the increased connectivity provided by digitalization means that seafarers are often expected to be on call 24/7, which in turn can lead to longer working hours and fatigue. Digitalization of maritime operation leads to increased regulatory requirements, and complying with these regulations is essential for seafarers' safety and data security. Now, seafarers even argue that this will lead to increased regulatory focus on them. So now the seafarer would need adequate training, which is crucial to ensure that they can not only operate but also troubleshoot the automated system so as to reduce the risk of accidents caused by human error. While the automation and digitalization is happening in full steam, I as a seafarer would like more information on the human-machine interaction studies if we the seafarers have to optimize this system for safety and efficiency. IMO, shipowner and industry stakeholders should work together to address these challenges and promote the well-being of seafarers. So in that sense, I am glad this conference is happening at a very crucial juncture. I am sure the conference would be engaging, the discussions insightful, and the knowledge shared will bring the value to all stakeholders. Best wishes for a highly successful conference. Thank you.
So I'm sure that the office will convey our thanks to Captain Rashida for her delivery today. Now let's move on quickly to Professor Do Hee-do, that is the president of Korea Maritime and Ocean University. And if I'm not mistaken, he led his team recently to issue a report that I think is very relevant for this conference about the future challenges or opportunities that seafarers will face with the digitalized and automated industry. So over to you, Professor.
Good afternoon. I'm very honored to give speeches, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. According to BIMCO ICS Manpower Report 2015, it is said that the growing shortage of qualified ship officers. In 2020, there was a deficit of 90,000 officers, and it is expected to rise to 150,000 by 2025. In addition to this shortage, it appears that there will be an increasing shortage of officers who are capable of efficiently handling environmentally friendly smart ships. Autonomous ships and e-navigation system calls for officers trained in disruptive innovation technologies, particularly to navigate complex regulations related to seafarers' labor, safety, health, welfare, and social security, as well as maritime human resource safety regulations. Adaptation to these changes is imperative for the maritime industry. According to World Economic Forum held in Davos 2018, it is predicted that by 2025, technology driven by automation would handle more tasks than human. As the maritime sector moves quickly toward sustainability and digitalization, there is a strong need for advanced training in automation, AI, data analysis, digital navigation, environmental compliance, safety, and cybersecurity awareness for officers. To address this, I suggest creating undergraduate programs in institutes like World Maritime University or partnership between WMU and the major shipbuilding hubs like South Korea and China to operate joint university. The Korea Maritime and Ocean University is ready to install ideal choice due to this proximity to major shipyard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we move to the next panelist, which is Andrea Nordset. And I should have said at the beginning, forgive me for the pronunciation of your names. That is Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority, but not only, is also the chairman of the administrative board at the EMSA and the governor of World Maritime University. So, Andreas, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you're doing an excellent job in pronouncing the names, so let me say that. Yeah. When speaking about technology in the maritime domain, there's a tendency that we see it as a lot of challenges, in particular when we talk about the seafarers. We spend a lot of time talking about the need for upscaling, rescaling, and all these things. And there's no doubt that we're going to do that. But I think also that we are at a point in time where when we look at the next decade, that at least that's my guess of the future, that we're going to see new technology coming into the maritime industry at a pace we have not seen before. And it's going to be a fantastic future for those people who are going to enter the maritime world. Ocean technology, green technology, and digital systems. And I think also when talking about the problem of recruiting next generation, we should remember to talk about this fantastic future that the maritime domain can offer the next generation. Having said that, though, there's no doubt that things will change. And when we talk about digital systems and autonomous systems, that's a completely new ballgame for the maritime world. I think many here, myself included, has tried my way with ChatGPT, and it's amazing. I actually just asked the ChatGPT during lunch break, can you make a maritime incident report? And it said, certainly. Just give me, tell me some details on what happened, and I can give you some guidance on that. It's just an example on new things that we have never experienced before. So if you think of putting systems like that into ship operations, we have an opportunity of getting systems that will improve efficiency, but certainly also safety in a way we have not been able to do before. Decision-making support for the seafarers on board. Now, this raises then the question, what about the seafarer in the future? And this is where I will advocate that time has come now where we should have a change of paradigm. Instead of speaking of having a very mechanical view and training, we're introducing a new system, we have to require that seafarers are trained to use this system. I think that we should think or realize that the systems of the future are much more intelligent and much more intuitive than we have seen before. So there's requirement of a new training concept. Just thinking about an autonomous car, you are not required to have any kind of training to drive such a car. So what is the seafarer going to do? And this is where I think the paradigm change should be. Human factor is not about human error. Human factor is about taking charge when the systems give up. We just saw 10 minutes ago the systems break down, even though we have, with all due respect, Kitak, even though we have 4 years of experience of connecting the world, we still face these things. And we will face that also with autonomous systems. So my point is that there's a great future. We should embrace the technology, but we should also remember to see that the seafarer of the future is the key to safety. And we should train the seafarers of the future with a new set of competences, and that is, they're the one we're dependent on when the systems cannot cope because they haven't learned it yet. So instead of having mechanical training of seafarers in no knowledge, we should train them to be experts of what-if scenarios and taking charge when the systems cannot cope with what they see. And I think this is a fantastic future that we're offering. So with this, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. It is my personal belief that an event like this is important to have the contribution from the regulator, the flag states, the other organization that make up this house, but it's also fundamental to have someone like the operator that are the end receiver of the decisions that are taken here and elsewhere. So I think it is important now to hear from Jérôme Delaine, that is the Chief Operating Officer of Bernard Schultz Maritime. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Jeroen Delaine. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of a third-party ship manager. We manage ships and we manage crew. We've got about 24,000 seafarers in our crew pool. So the topics of today are of critical importance for us to ensure that we run our business properly. The challenges highlighted by the previous speakers, I fully share them, but I'm also very optimistic about the future of the seafaring profession. I do think we need to change, and we are working on that. But when I talk with our young recruits, and I last week met with some of our cadets, for example, and you ask them about digitalization, they pull up their shoulders like, yes, of course, that's how we grew up. That's what we do. We are competing with other industries, and that's what we will continue to do. I can give a few examples of topics where we are working on, some machine learning, some artificial intelligence. It's in the infant stages, I do admit that, but there are many companies in the world who look at navigational support. We do that. We work with the German government and some local partners in the industry. It's not about replacing seafarers. It's decision-making support tools to make the industry safer, to avoid incidents and accidents, to have that extra person, that extra need on the bridge when it's necessary. Rest hours have been discussed. These tools can support sometimes people to take a break. We are ocean passengers. Why can we not leave the watchman a few hours alone to start with? Let's work in that direction. We've got on the technical side, in the engine room, we've developed some picture image recognition. Our engineers doing a scavenger inspection, for example, we put these pictures next to the observations that we found and now give recommendations. They read the picture and it says with an 80% chance here we see that there is an issue here. It's a supporting tool. It's not replacing our seafarers, but it will help to improve the industry and improve the safety ultimately of the ships we operate, we manage. I think a lot of this comes down to engagement with our crew. We are constantly talking, ask feedback, not only on our procedures, but also on the tools. We've got a large IT team, and we constantly ask our crew, how can we facilitate the administrative burden that you have? How can we make this easier? In the meantime, we've got close to 50% of our ships are operating with electronic record books. About 25% are now completely paperless. This is reducing the administrative burden, not only putting your figures into the computer and writing it down at the same time. One point of entry, reducing administration. So this will help our seafarers in their day-to-day work. So with that, Fabrizio,
Thank you. So we now move to Dr. Nasser Al-Adghami from the World Maritime University, which I believe is going to tell us a little bit about some findings that she has found running one of the projects at the World Maritime University. Casa, yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Fabrizio. I'm Dr. Nasser Al-Adghami. I'm ITF Seafarers Trust Assistant Professor at the World Maritime University, and I'm teaching maritime labor law. So in the last few years, we have been committed by ITF to run an independent research project called Transport 2040. I think maybe you heard about the first phase and the second phase. So I'm here now to present some of the findings that we found, and more particularly the parts about mental health that I was personally leading. Maybe I will sound a little bit pessimistic comparing to my previous colleagues in the panel. I will talk about two cases. The first one is about techno-stress. I think we heard this concept this morning. And the second case, I will call it case study about connectivity. So basically, as regards to techno-stress, is a concept that has been analyzed and studied in other fields, like educational field or medical field, but this is the first time that it has been studied in the maritime sector. So basically, we brought it from other sectors. And the idea it was that we wanted to assess the application of some technologies and to see the effects or the impact of those technologies on seafarers. So the first case study, it was about technostress on board a Danish flagship. I personally sail with seafarers. I spent some days with them, and I discussed with them based on a questionnaire that I developed from a psychological questionnaire, or that some doctors in psychology use to assess the stress at work. So most of the ones that we discuss with, they express that they have a lot of stress and anxiety using the new technology. It might be shocking, but the reality is that most of the seafarers that they are using these technologies, they don't get time. They don't get time to learn how to deal with these technologies, and they don't get the right training to deal with these technologies. The ones that I met, they have 2 weeks to really be familiar with all the softwares, the technologies that they have. And the stress that they get not only on them, but also on the colleagues that they are teaching. Because, you know, in a seafaring world, it's based a lot on the camaraderie, that people, they help each other. So a lot of the colleagues, they are helping or taking the initiative to help each other, which means that it puts the stress on them and the ones that they need to learn. Another aspect is that maybe the ship that I were in, and it's a very new built ship, 2 years, has just 2 years on the age. Maybe it didn't reach the level of my colleague Dylan mentioned, but they expressed the fact that those technologies, they are adding work on them because they had to take a lot of data from the machines on books. So basically, there is a lot of addition to their daily work. I asked, for instance, if their contracts change based on these additional tasks. No. If they are aware that there is an issue in terms of mental health. No. I feel like now seafarers on board those most sophisticated ships, they take it like it's part of my new way to do the job. So there is like a lack of awareness in terms of mental health as regard to the use of technology. So just to sum up, to wrap up regarding the technostress, I think there is an issue about the time. Like the seafarers, they don't get enough time to train. They don't have the financial support. Among the questions that I asked them is that if you are offered with the training, do you will accept? They think, when? The time that I have, I want to spend some time with the family, and then, of course, 1 week just to prepare for the next contract. And then for the training, there is a lack of a lot of financial support, and maybe the ship owners can do something on that. Now, this is one of the case studies. There is also a lack of regulation. There is an international regulation or regional or national regulation about stress at work, and I think a lot of light was put on during the COVID, but in terms of technostress, there is nothing. So, something to think about it, and as we have our colleagues from the ILO, maybe something that we can discuss further about it. Another topic, and they will be very short, is about connectivity. We went from a very neutral side by wanting to assess the negative and the positive sides of internet. And it was a very amazing results that we got, is that for seafarers, there is no negative sides of internet, like all of us. Seafarers, they are just workers like all of us. For them, their problem is the lack of connectivity. It's happened, and I'm very happy about it. It's happened on the same time that the amendment of the MLC was, but the result, it was that they need connectivity, but not only simple connectivity. They want good quality of internet, because you might have a connection, you might have internet on board ships, but then the quality is so bad. And I will finish with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's move to our next panelist, with Akon Storhag, which is a senior advisor and coordinator of international affairs of the Norwegian Maritime Authority. But for most of us, he's a familiar face at both the ILO and IMO, where he provides his expertise at the Special Tripartite Committee, and since 2022, or more importantly, is the chair of the IMO HTW subcommittee. Over to you, Hark.
Don't even know which button to push here, so thank you so much. Well, it's for me, I will again say I'm very grateful to the organizers for inviting me, because I've worked very closely with both ILO and IMO throughout my working life. And I see that we need to increase our cooperation. We're dealing, in fact, with the same seafarer, we're dealing with the same ship. And we're both dealing with really safety for seafarers and other persons on board. But today, I will talk a little bit about a recent survey carried out by the Norwegian Maritime Authority, commissioned rather, the Maritime Safety Survey, which for the first time looked into perceptions and attitudes towards digitalization and automation. The study was conducted by basically the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, so it is, well, we would say scientific survey. As far as those can be scientific with regard to perceptions of attitudes, how to measure those. This was quite a large set of seafarers. More than 8,000 seafarers were asked what their perceptions were. Of course, not all answered all questions, but still, it is a quite large sample, I would say. And it covered all passenger ships, cargo ships, and fishing vessels as well, and both domestic and international shipping was included. We've carried out this survey twice before at 2-year intervals, so this was the third one, but it was the first time we actually asked about digitalization and automation, and also importantly, autonomy, autonomous ships. We looked at them separately, of course, digitalization, automation, and autonomy. And one of the difficulties with these terms is we're not altogether clear as to what they mean when we're responding to them. For example, I recall a recent meeting here at IMO where one delegation had made a proposal regarding digitalization, and then it was unclear whether that proposal meant digitization or digitalization. So it was made clear that there was a clear difference between the two. Of course, when I looked it up in the Oxford Dictionary, later on it said they were synonyms. So the jury is still out on, but the point here is really we need to have clarity in terms so that we know what we're talking about. Of course, for this survey, the results for digitalization and automation were actually very similar and very positive. So I think we sometimes underestimate our seafarers and their ability to take up new technologies. I think this survey actually says this quite clearly, that both they're quite happy with that digitalization and automation both really make good contributions towards safety at sea. Just as a working definition, digitalization here would mean more with regard to documentation on board, while automation is really with regard to more processes and things like that. So just But again, the results are very positive. Where the results weren't as positive is with regard to autonomous ships. So they scored quite low, and we'd have a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is the most favorable, 1 is least favorable. So for digitalization and automation, the results were 4 out of 5, or roughly for both. And while for autonomous ships, the result was only 2 out of 5. So it's quite a low score. So we do have a challenge here. And one of the challenges I see, and this is my personal view, of course, is, I mean, there's a positive attitude toward automation. But then when you start talking about autonomous ships, the score drops dramatically. And why is that? I mean, after all, autonomous ships is really just a high level of automation, maybe the highest level that we can think of. So there must be something there. And, you know, this is my initial views, and I think we are more nervous about the prospects for autonomous ships. We don't really know, even as regulators working here at IMO with the question, we're still seeking really on what will be at least the first shape of things to come with regard to autonomous ships. But I think we do need to have this in mind, that there is quite a bit of skepticism out there among seafarers with regard to autonomous ships. We might be very enthusiastic here, but there is some clearly some skepticism out there among seafarers anyways. What that might be, we don't know. We need to, I believe that the institute that is connected with this Norwegian University of Science and Technology is trying to look further into the question. I mean, of course, one thing, I mean, one of the panelists mentioned replacing seafarers. I think that might be one fear. But again, what we need to do when we're working on the autonomous ships, we need to be very clear and very transparent about what the intention of this is and how we then, and of course also listen very closely to what the seafarers are saying. Clearly, I think what the seafarers, one clear result, and this is not directly related to autonomy or digitalization, is seafarers, when they were asked, are you proud of your profession? Are you, then the score shot up to more than 4 out of 5. So clearly they're very proud of their profession. They think they're making a very important contribution to safety, and they just cannot see, well, a future for safety at sea without them. That's anyways an initial view that I have. But to finish off, I think also one lesson that we should learn here at IMO, and I've worked, I've attended numerous IMO meetings where we are talking about technology, and I think there's some of us who are very enthusiastic about new technologies and what the future might bring. And there are others who are very conservative among ourselves, who are almost keen to maintain what we've always had. We've had some very interesting discussions, for example, regarding sextants here in IMO. I mentioned no more, but anyway, so I think we as delegates also, I mean, given most of us are quite senior, and we're not as handy with technology as the younger generations are. I think we do need to remind ourselves, yes, technology is something that the younger seafarers, the young people, are used to using. They're not as afraid of it as maybe some of us here at IMO are. So thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Akon. And now rapidly move to last of our panelists, but not certainly the least. In fact, we have the pleasure to introduce Maite Medina, which is currently the chief for the Office of Merchant Marine Credential And jokingly, when we preparing for this meeting, I also mentioned she had a side job as a chair of the IMO MSC, which is not at all a side job, as to me sounds a full-time job. So Maite, over to you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio, and I'm your closer for this panel. So, and I think if you heard everything that all the members of this panel have brought, they have set the stage for what we're facing, what we want the seafarers to do, what we're facing in terms of the technology coming in. Now, how come mention the word digitalization and digitization? I'm a simple person. I don't like the word digitization, nor automation. So I like to use, every time that I talk to my staff, is the use of technologies to assist performance of functions on board the ship. This is, to me, a very plain way to actually describe what we're going to do and what we're doing. Now, I'm not going to mention the things that have already been mentioned, but I want to mention 2 points before I go to any potential solutions. We have a technology-related gap. I was recently talking to a seafarer that we hired in my division. He's a master mariner. He got off a ship 3 months ago. He is in his early 30s. So he went to me and said, Maite, your generation is not used to working with electronic and computer skills. Your generation. So on the other hand, he also said, meaning his generation, may lack the hard skills. So it got me thinking, because it's not about getting rid of either generation, but they're going to need each other as we transition to the use of new technologies. Meaning, and somebody mentioned during lunch, experience, and I think it was the Director General for the ILO. We need the experience in order to get to the use of new technologies, and I think Andreas mentioned very well, we need to, eventually, these are going to be problem solvers, but you cannot solve a problem without knowing how to do the task. So now we're talking about solutions, and when it comes to the training, we have a big issue coming up. And I think it's very much, everybody heard, we have the STCW convention that is going to be amended in the next couple years. We need to change how we write those requirements in the convention. It's not going to be a major overhaul, but I think there's changes that needs to be done. We're used to developing the requirements for equipment, and then you develop the training. We can't do that. So we have to develop very general training requirements in the STCW convention. Very general to give the basics to the seafarers so they know how to do the job. And they need to understand that there will be technology that they're going to be using to perform their functions. They also need to be able to understand that the technology may fail at any point in time. And that's where you, as a seafarer, have to come in and do something about it. So they have to understand that. Keep in mind, I'm not saying they have to be experts on the technology. The expertise on the technology needs to happen on board the ship. And this is a major change because we're used to, now, in the past, it's only been familiarization with the equipment. This is not going to be familiarization on board the ship. This is going to be more of training on using the technology on board the ship. So this is a responsibility that the ship owners are going to have to undertake. Now, the part that we haven't done in the STCW convention is the inclusion of new enhanced skills, the IT training. And some people call it the soft skills. Those need to happen. And I'm not saying they need to become experts either. We need to make sure that we provide fundamentals on the understanding of operation manual, cybersecurity, troubleshooting, how to detect basic errors, integrated systems, how to communicate with IT experts ashore. Meaning, when I have a problem with my computer, I call the person that is a geek on the other side, as we call it, and I find it challenging to communicate. This is going to be something that is going to have to be done on a daily basis. Now, somebody mentioned data. With all this equipment, we have an amount of data that is quite a lot that is coming down. Please, let's not expect, and I'm speaking to some of the delegates from the different administrations, please do not try to make seafarers data analysis experts. That is not going to happen. That cannot happen. They need to be able to only understand the error and analyze. If you have data from 3 different pieces of equipment with the same function, you need to be able to discern which piece of data you're going to use. Now, with all these new technologies, I believe in my heart that we're going to need new positions, or we may be bringing back some old positions. With all the amount of data that you have, you're going to need somebody to analyze the data. And a lot of data also is coming from shore. It's going to come from shore. You're also going to need information technology and troubleshooting. That's not something that you're going to have the seafarer per se that performs the regular duties do that. We started that in the STCW convention with the electrotechnical officer. Well, that was a good start, but this is about to get even worse. Now, when I say bring back a position, maybe the purser may come back. We used to complain about the amount of paperwork and also the amount of audits. Guess what? Now is the amount of documents, electronic, and on top of that, now you have to worry about cybersecurity. So, meaning that's the issue. The other thing that I think is going to have to happen in the review of STCW is the ability to create hybrid positions. I'm not saying that deck and engine departments are a thing of the past, but what I'm saying, we need the ability to be able to create positions that may have from both sides. That is something that we're going to have to do. Now, the other thing we mentioned, and I think our colleague from WMU mentioned, is the training. These poor seafarers are going to be perpetually training if we don't change the delivery methods for the training. You want to be able to get that training while you're on board the ship. You want to be able to have a quality of life when you're off the ship. So those are the things. We're going to be looking at distance learning, a little more computer-based training, 3D simulation, gamification, meaning all those things. Now, in my view, this review of the STCW Convention is probably the most important review in the last 50 years. And because it's going to set the pace for the new technology coming in. So it needs to be very nimble to be able to accept the fact that new technology is coming in. And they need to be able to, the seafarers need to be able to accept the technology without any fear that it's going to increase the work, without adding any stress. Now, the other point that I want to leave is our colleague from South Korea mentioned the fact that there's some workforce issues. I was talking to my 23-year-old niece who is studying human resources, and she mentioned to me that we're all fighting for the same pool of people, meaning all the industries are fighting for the same pool of people. In addition to that, she said to me, you know what? If you want to get a young person to go to sea, you have to give them an equivalency of what they get ashore. You have to start with that. Seafaring is going out to sea for long periods of time, you don't come on board, you essentially work where you live. So she said, you gotta pay better than what you pay ashore. Number one, you have to be able to give them connectivity. They want to be in the know. And she used that word. We want to be in the know. With your family, things worldwide, you want to be able to access that. You want also to feel safe where you work. And this goes back to the whole issue that the Maritime Safety Committee and ILO are taking, which is when it comes to bullying, harassment, and including sexual harassment and sexual assault. You want to feel safe where you work. And the last thing is you want to make sure that when you feel safe, that your well-being is taken care of. You want to make sure that mental issues are taken care of, are detected, you can help others. And I know that that is something that is hard to regulate, but it's something that we need to talk about in the very near future. Thank you very much, Fabrizio. Thanks.
Thank you, Maite, and thank you all the panelists. I think we are 10 minutes over in our session, so just allow me to thank you all for your great contribution, and I ask the audience to join me for the round of applause for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now turn to our last session of the day, 3.2, Navigating the Future. I would ask the panelists to swiftly come to the podium. So, ladies and
Hello all. We ready? Yeah, this is the last panel, and I've been told I have to transition this panel to the coffee to the reception at 4:45, or to finish by 4:45, in order to make the to get this back on time. So I'm going to be fairly brief. We're going to have to be a little quicker than before. Now, this panel, it's an honor to be up here, by the way, a second time. This panel is on navigating the future, and the focus of the panel, much of the discussion will be on the subject of just transition, which has been mentioned before. Now, just transition was included in the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, which committed governments to take into account the imperatives of just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs in accordance with nationally defined development priorities. So at the highest level of the issue of climate change, we've had the topic of just transition. The ILO, in a meeting of experts in 2015, agreed guidelines for just transition, which have been referred to by many speakers already. These guidelines were endorsed by the International Labor Conference this year, our highest body, and these are considered the central global reference for policymaking and a basis for action to promote and manage a just transition. Just transition means greening the economy in a way that is fair and inclusive and as possible to everybody concerned, creating decent work opportunities and leaving no one behind. A just transition involves maximizing the social and economic opportunities of climate action while minimizing and carefully managing any challenges, including through effective social dialogue among all groups and respect for fundamental labor principles and rights. Now, in shipping, shipping's global transition towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we've had people talk about the IMO greenhouse gas strategy already, will involve the introduction of measures and policies which will impact the maritime workforce, companies, and related communities. Seafarers will, for example, need additional training to safely handle new low to zero carbon fuels, as well as to adjust to working on a zero or low emission vessel. We heard figures already of 800,000 seafarers having to be trained to retrain for this. So it's a big task. Now, I think as has been referred to before, at COP26 in Glasgow in 2021, the ICS, ITF, United Nations Global Compact, ILO, and IMO established the Maritime Just Transition Task Force to ensure that shipping's response to the climate emergency puts seafarers at the heart of the solution in line with ILO's Just Transition guidelines. So our panel, our excellent panel here, is about navigating the future, but again with the focus on just transition. We'll start with the views of governments, a government that's already doing this at the national level, and then we'll have the other members of the Just Transition Task Force represented here give their views. And of course, when we talk about just transition, we are talking about this for both men and women. So, our first speaker is Jean Verpierre, Maritime Attaché of the Embassy of Philippines. Jean.
Thank you.
What are the steps? I have to ask you your question. What are the steps taken, or are planning to be taken by the Philippines government to prepare the maritime education and training institutions to train and develop the skills of seafarers for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions on ships and prepare them for the future? Then the second part of the question, I'm going to put them together, is how will government ensure that the transition is equitable for Filipino seafarers? And what are the challenges seen by Marina that can affect the transition of the maritime workforce? Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Brand, and good day, Excellencies, Secretary General, my fellow panelists and participants of this conference, ladies and gentlemen. I want to inform you that as of October 2023, there are 761,000 certificated Filipino seafarers, and of that, 51,579 are female seafarers. And as of 2022, the deployed seafarers numbers around 489,000. Now, in response to your question, given this data, may I inform you that the Philippines has a draft proposed National Strategic Action Plan, or NSAP for brevity, under the Philippines Maritime Industry Development Plan, with programs 2, which we call the Green and Clean Maritime Philippines, Protect and Conserve. Now, this draft proposed NSAP incorporates action points for ships and the human element based on the lessons that we learned and experienced participating in the Maritime Just Transition for Seafarers Task Force, the negotiations during the ISWG, GHG, and MEPC towards the crafting of the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships. And this is also a byproduct of an IMO World Bank study on improving safety and energy efficiency. And this is a project with WMU and the University of Strathclyde, which was conducted in the Philippines in 2021, along with other decarbonization projects such as GLOMIT and MEPSIS from the IMO. Now, this plan is in compliance with the policy directive of our President Marcos Jr. to prioritize the maritime sector, and also his instruction to upskill and reskill Filipino seafarers to handle new technologies and alternative fuels. as a major provider of international seafarers, it is to our interests that this future action would ensure a people-centered transition, as you said, with the emergence of new types of employment and environmental challenges. This will likewise ensure the safety and health of the maritime workforce so that new technologies, new ships, and alternative fuels do not make it more dangerous for our seafarers due to safety or health risks. Now, coming back to this strategic action plan, this provides for 8 key components and priority areas to address identified challenges and constraints. The framework includes legislation, institutional arrangements, capacity development, stakeholders' awareness and involvement, research, technology, and infrastructure development, information and resource sharing, monitoring and evaluation mechanism, and sustainable financial mechanisms. With regard to the key area of capacity development towards a just transition to green shipping, relevant Philippine authorities are involved in the discussion of the task force, and the specific objective is to ensure effective monitoring and anticipation of skills required for just transition of seafarers to these technological and economic changes, which require not just high-quality initial education and training for labor entry market, but also high-quality continuing upskilling and reskilling of the existing workforce for green jobs and IT competencies. It has been identified through these discussions that there are certain personal, organizational, and management skills and competencies to enable the implementation of new technology in shipping in the short term. And in the coming years, we also foresee that there are more medium and high skills that are likely to be needed. For example, some of the new skills that have been identified for a higher skilled profession, which are also mentioned in the other panels, are number 1, personal, organization, and management skills and competencies, which enables implementation of new technology. The second would be skills and competencies to handle complex maritime operations and sustainability of skills and competencies. A third one would be automation skills and competencies, and the fourth is digital skills and competencies, and the last would be safety skills and competencies. It is likewise important to add well-being and mental health in the list of skills. And the more detailed specific skills and competence have also been identified through the efforts of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force, which can be provided by our other panelists. So that's my answer to your question, Brad.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. It's amazing how proactive the Philippines is being on this subject. It's really quite impressive. Our next question is to our colleague, Dr. Sitki Astruoglu, from the head of the Asia and Pacific section of the Subdivision for Maritime Development at the Technical Cooperation Division here at IMO. We've heard, Sitki, what the Philippines is doing. Can we hear what the IMO is planning to do for capacity building to help member states on just transition? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Indeed, as Dr. Pia mentioned, when we were in the Philippines to deliver a project she referred to on enhancement of safety and energy efficiency of passenger ships in the Philippines, we've identified that the maritime education training institutions in the Philippines were not really well prepared for the energy efficiency and the IMO's GHG, IMO's strategy on reduction of GHG emissions from ships. So that gap triggered thoughts, and we came up with a new project, and we embarked on a comprehensive project to address this gap. As we heard from many speakers from the onset, from the opening session and afterwards, The Maritime Just Transition Task Force, which is an initiative IMO strongly supports, we thought that there are synergies and common goals, and we invited the Maritime Just Transition Task Force Secretariat to work together on this ambitious project. And we've been working with the Maritime Just Transition Task Force since the beginning of this year and generated funds together. The project titled Baseline Training Framework for Seafarers in Decarbonization, which focuses on seafarers' skill development. And the objective is to, I will leave the details to my colleague as we have in the interest of time. The primary focus is to enhance the skills, seafarer skills, and to ensure that the alternative fuels and the energy, when the seafarers working on the energy alternative fuels, everything is handled safely and efficiently on board ships. So, Mr. Moderator, I will leave. The project will be co-funded. This is, I think, important by the Lloyd's Register Foundation and IMO. That will be co-funded by two entities, and there will be several stakeholders. And I'm not going into details of the project teams and how we will work together. I will leave those details to my colleague because of the time pressure. But if there are any questions, I would be happy to go into details. Thank you, Grant. Over to you.
Thank you, Sidki. You know, when we talk about the Just Transition Task Force, the leadership of this task force is coming from the Global Compact. And we're lucky to have with us today Kjersti Aas, who has just taken over the Global Compact's role in the Just Transition Task Force, and she's actually leading the organization of the task force. And the task force has two main tracks: development of a baseline training framework for seafarers in decarbonization, which Sidki was just referring to, and also development of a global recruitment and retention strategy for the maritime industry. So, Kjersti, several organizations have come together to set up the Maritime Just Transition Task Force. So, in your view, what's so unique about this partnership, and why is this task force important to the future of shipping?
Thank you, Brent. The Maritime Just Transition Task Force is indeed a unique partnership. I mean, it is the first global sectorial task force dedicated to a just transition. The task force leads and coordinates efforts to work with social partners, industry partners, NGOs, and intergovernmental organizations. And a large number of organizations are involved through a so-called peer learning group. I know some are present here today. And this platform for dialogue provides important knowledge sharing. And I think it's important to remember that the green transition is not only a technological transition, but it's also a human transition. And that is why the collaborative work of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force is so important. And all the organizations present at the panel here today are important or play an important role in this task force. So I'm going to jump to the outcome. At COP last year, the task force launched a position paper with a 10-point action plan to achieve a just transition for seafarers, together with a report on how best to support the maritime workforce in making the shift to a decarbonized shipping industry. And the report did highlight the need to accelerate training for alternative fuels. So we are excited to soon embark on a phase 2, which is to implement recommendations put forward in this report. So at COP this year, we are planning to launch the project that Sidki from IMO mentioned. And the deliverables will be training framework that will focus on the 3 alternative fuels: ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen. It will include both general familiarization courses for all seafarers, an advanced course for officers, and also train-the-trainer materials, or an instructor handbook for maritime education and training institutions. So what's the impact of this? This is an important step for the seafaring workforce that can handle low and zero emission vessels going forward. So to conclude, no matter which fuel or which fuels that are ultimately favored, transitioning to a decarbonized shipping industry will require additional training for hundreds of thousands of seafarers up to 2050. We see an immediate need to start putting the training infrastructure in place. And that is a main focus for the Maritime Just Transition Task Force going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being so complete yet concise. That was very good. Now, of course, we're in the Just Transition Task Force, which is ILO, IMO, Global Compact, but also ICS and ITF. So we want to hear the views of our ship owner and seafarer members. So I'd like to ask our next panelist, Arvind Natarajan, Senior Marine Advisor at the International Chamber of Shipping, who's leading this work and also very much involved in the ongoing review of the STCW Convention. If he could explain what is the interest of the ICS in the Maritime Just Transition Task Force, and what has the ICS done to support it? Arvind, please.
Thank you, Brent, and good day to all who are listening. You have heard from all speakers about just transition, so you are probably aware that this is a social movement. But I just want to give you an explanation of what is the maritime context in this. And to explain this, I'll give you an example of a friend of mine, Efren. And Efren is a marine engineer, and he has worked for 15 years on ships, which are powered by traditional fuels. His employer is now investing in ships which have new technologies and ships that are going to be propelled by alternative fuels. What we want to do through the Maritime Just Transition Task Force is to make sure that seafarers like Efren, and according to a study that we commissioned last year, you have heard this number, 800,000 seafarers by the end of 2030, 800,000. So seafarers like Efren, we want to make sure that their skills, their knowledge, their experience will continue to remain relevant in the future. That's what we want to do. And ICS, we represent a ship owner's perspective. And we believe that while there's a lot of research and development going into future technologies, we understand that a modern, trained workforce is the key towards achieving this transition. Ship owners have realized that investing in the existing workforce is imperative to crew modern ships, and that is why International Chamber of Shipping is a big part of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force. Through our membership, we represent nearly 90% of the world's ship owners. And with the help of such responsible ship owners, we provide an industry perspective on practical aspects of safe ship operations involving alternative fuels. And that is why we feel that being a part of this task force is probably the most important thing that we as responsible ship owners can provide. Aside from this, ICS is also involved in another work stream within the task force, and that is to improve recruitment and retention within the industry, because this is, again, of direct significance to ship owners. So, to quote what our Honorable IMO Secretary General said this morning, no seafarers, no shipping. Or did he say no shopping, I think? So, and that is why we believe that we will bring a unique perspective within the task force, and we will shape the future of shipping. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, our last speaker, and I think he's no stranger to the IMO and to this room, is Branko Berlin, who is the accredited representative to the International Maritime Organization, to the IMO, from the International Transport Workers Federation. And after having been at sea for 15 years, including as a chief engineer, and now you are, and then serving as an official Assistant Secretary General of the Seafarers Union of Croatia, and then joined the ILO 2013. Berlin, what does ITF doing to support the Just Transition Task Force, and what are the main elements of the ITF's interest in the task force? Thank you.
Thank you, Brant, and good day to all. Yeah, it's easy, and it's more actually advantage to be the last one, because actually most of what I was supposed to say is already said in general. The other thing, everyone is willing me to stop, because there is reception after that.
You have 5 minutes now.
5 minutes, that's fine.
That's a lot of time.
Thank you. Thank you for the 5 minutes. I actually reduced my speech from the 3 pages to 1 page. Now I reduce it even more, just to not keep you too long. However, I have to say that for the ITF, maritime just transition means greening the global shipping fleet through coherent globally application policies and business actions, which is important, to reach the near zero. Although I'm not sure to understand the meaning of near zero, carbon emission and maximum reduction of the greenhouse gases from ships in a way that is, most importantly, safe, fair, sustainable, and inclusive. The transition should also safeguard a decent work, while maximize the social and economic opportunities of climate actions in shipping. So, at the recent MEPC 80, we adopted a revised greenhouse gases strategy and recognized the work of the maritime just transition. Also, the IMO recognized the need for a broad approach to regulate safety of the ships using zero or near zero greenhouse gas emission technology fuels and or energy sources, including addressing the human element. And I'm happy to say that thanks to the General Secretary, Mr. Kita Klim, the human element become a real part of this building, and thank you, Brant, for emphasizing how long I've been here. For many years, actually, we tried to work on that. However, now, just recent years give us some space to speak about the human element. And that's why we are doing it now as well through whole day today. And why the human element is there to ensure a safe implementation of this strategy. That's the important part, because the strategy as a strategy is just the words on the paper. Who will implement it? It will be the seafarers and human element. Furthermore, the IMO organization also been requested to assist its instruments, guidance, training standards to help ensure the safety transition of the workforce by encompassing it within 2023 draft revision strategy on the reduction of the greenhouse gases and to develop mid and long-term measures to reach goals of ambitions till the end of the mid of the century. The ITF believe that recognizing the impact these basket of measures in the strategy will have on seafarers and other maritime professionals, the organization needs to do more. I remember my colleague Mark mentioned we're always looking for more, but yes, this organization also needs to do more and much more to do and to further consider of importance, respect and recognition of the key role of the seafarers have in achieving ambitions of this strategy. And to be brief, Brant, yes, it's almost finished. Seafarers' safety is crucial and need to be at least at the level that already exists. To ensure this, we must act comprehensively and with most reliance on the seafarers and their abilities. And as our session topic is navigating the future, I will finish and conclude, emphasizing 3 points. First, the seafarers are highly skilled professionals, ready for transition and to navigate. operate ships through uncharted future waters. However, as mentioned before, first and foremost is that we make this transition safe by having them on board along each and every step of the process. So to become safe and even safer in the future functions of operations. Second, it is also to expect exceptional value that in all ongoing maritime projects we recognize and respect key role and importance of the seafarers. One of the projects is obviously the one that we are dealing now with the IMO and the others, but all projects that are ongoing should actually have a human element and a seafarer's role in it. And to achieve that, the maritime industry, maritime education and training entities, administrations, and other maritime stakeholders should start investing in seafarers' education and training. There is no other solution in that. And third one, to finish, to make the process truly sustainable, there is a pertinent need for clear and transparent future career path for seafarers, which also means inclusivity and gender equality across all parts of the maritime sector. And yes, there are many other things to be mentioned, but I will finish here, and I think just on time. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Merlin. I just want, I don't have time to summarize this and reach my deadline of quarter of, but I'd like to say, I really like to sincerely thank the panelists who, under rather quick notice, most of them, shortened their presentation very much so. And I would like to apologize for giving them time, so little time, but I think they all did it very well, and I wish you would please give them another round of applause.
Thank you very much to all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our panel discussions, and we'd like to finish the day, the proceedings, with the speeches of, we're very honoured to first of all ask the Director General of ILO to come forward, yes please, and followed by the Secretary General of IMO, and then you'll be invited to the reception. So I give the floor to Mr. Hongbo for his final statement.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Let me start by thank all of you, and particularly all the panelists, with the richness of the discussion we had today, and of course also the commitment toward the protection of seafarers and the fishers. I like the term, in a very complete and concise manner, let me highlight a few points. First, there is no doubt that we can all be quite proud of the progress made to enhance the protection of seafarers with the MLC and the work of the special tripartite committee, which has adopted the amendment regarding abandonment, harassment, and the bullying and the social connectivity. Second is, as clearly stated in the resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly during COVID times, you might remember, and some of you, several of you may have, referred to it earlier today. Seafarers are key workers, and they deserve to be treated as such, as you we have been quoting you that no seafarer, no shopping. So we have heard today several references to due diligence, and in this regard, I must insist the importance for us to continue working to ensure that everyone understands that maritime transport is a key part of the supply chains. As also mentioned and affirmed by the ship owners, retaining seafarers is very challenging. So therefore, making work at sea as attractive as possible has to be an essential task. And the seafarers need to feel valued and respected. The ship owners and ship managers have also shared important examples of how this can be done. The pandemic created a humanitarian crisis for seafarers that should never be repeated. But as we have heard so many times today, it was also a period during which responsible government, together with ship owners and seafarers in a number and a number of UN agencies, including IMO and ILO, all took remarkable measures to guarantee seafarers' rights. So the lesson learned must continue to result in a concrete action. Concerning the maritime regulatory framework and enforcement, we have heard today critical reflections about what else is needed. And in this regard, I must mention the need for more visibility that should be given to the important work of the ILO Committee of the Experts on the application of convention and recommendation, which supervise the implementation of the MLC and the Fishing Convention 188. And also, I think that's been mentioned by Professor Atanasiou, seafarers and ship owners organizations are invited to participate more actively in the monitoring system by drawing attention to systematic issues of non-compliance, of course. The other point is that the seafarers' fatigue must be thoroughly examined and effectively addressed by both of us, both IMO and ILO. And this is directly linked to issue of minimum manning, long working hours, and the extended period that seafarers spend at sea. Additional measures also should be taken to support the invaluable work of flag state and port state control inspectors. We must also continue working together to promote the key fishing sector instrument and ensure the protection of the fundamental principles and rights of fishers, including by eliminating the scourge of forced labor. We also, I believe, must enhance effort to increase women's participation in shipping and adopt measures that are needed to ensure that they feel safe on board. And we must make sure that seafarers and fishers know their rights. And on this issue, we have launched the idea of a possible inclusion of a mandatory training on the MLC for all seafarers as part of the ongoing revision of the International Convention on Standard of Training. Certification and watchkeeping for sea farers. We welcome support for this or any other initiative that might enhance the awareness of the MLC and the Convention 188. Let us further intensify cooperation between the IMO and the ILO. That's, for me, I believe, is crucial. And both the current management and I'm sure the new Secretary General, Arsenio Gonzalez, will certainly continue for our part. And ILO, we are so determined to make sure that this cooperation is here to continue. I also wanted to really use all this opportunity to really sincerely thank both Guy and Steve for this exemplary cooperation that we see from ILO perspective between the ICS and the ITF. So to the point that sometimes I confuse the F and the S. And so that, for me, it's really crucial, and we need to nourish and use what the two institutions are doing as as an example for other sectors to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hongbo. And I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Ki-Tak Lim for his closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the first joint IMO-ILO conference on work at the sea. Today, we discussed the critical issues facing our industry, specifically addressing the challenges confronting seafarers and the fishers who are indispensable to global trade and food security. This conference highlighted the essential role of the maritime workforce in global development, emphasizing that seafarers are the backbone of the global supply chain. It is imperative to actively work towards protecting their well-being and ensuring decent working conditions. The shipping industry plays a paramount role in safeguarding seafarers and fishers' rights. Our collective goal should be the broad ratification of an international instrument, adopting the highest standards and sharing best practices in management. This ensures the seafarers and fishers receive the necessary protection, care, and support to navigate future challenges. International cooperation is crucial, requiring collaboration between government, international organizations, and the shipping industry. Challenges such as crew change, fatigue, mental health support, and fair wages require joint efforts for effective solutions. This close cooperation between IMO and ILO is more critical than ever, enabling the pooling of resources and expertise to address the challenges in recruiting and retaining personnel at the sea. Looking ahead, we must also focus on equipping maritime professionals with the skills and knowledge to adapt to a changing environment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned earlier, I'd like to invite the member states, industry stakeholders, international organizations, and training institutions to unite in supporting our maritime professionals, providing them with the global recognition they deserve. In this sense, the collaboration from January 2024, the collaboration and the cooperation among Director General of ILO Gilbert and Secretary Generals of ICS and ITF. I'm not confused. I know, I understand. And every one of you present here, particularly together with the IMO Secretary General, they are anticipated their cooperation anticipated to be at their peak from January next year. I believe this forms a dream team. So it is time to make a difference. So I see you had today just you had something like a real talk today. So I'm very pleased to have listened to the presentation from various speakers. I invite, no, I did already. My sincere appreciation to all contributors, speakers, moderators, participants, and the organizing team of IMO and ILO for their insightful contribution and exemplary work in organizing this conference. I mentioned already it is very special occasion we organize this one together with ILO. IMO has been enjoying great deal of cooperation, collaboration. But this moment we are having additional opportunity to strengthen, redouble our effort. It's a dream team I mentioned. The new Director General of ILO, and Stepan, and Guy, and my successor, and together with all our member states, those particular group will initiating, in a way, leading this kind of change and development. So I saw today from the audience, from the floor, you are believed very committed to do something to make better for the seafarer life and the well-being and the welfares. So with that, I'm very grateful to all of you, particularly our UNCV colleague, Gilbert, for your presence here. And we are looking forward to further progress in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you both. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of today's proceedings, and I'd like to thank all the moderators and all the speakers, and you, the audience, whether you are here in the room or you've joined us virtually. I hope you have found the day both inclusive and thought-provoking. I would like to invite those of you in the main hall to a reception up on the Delegates' Lounge in the first floor. I would also further like to ask you to vacate the main hall as quickly as possible because they have to set up for another meeting tomorrow. So sorry about that. All right, thank you very much for your attention.